you guys enjoy yesterday? Judging
Ooh.
by the response that we had on our private Facebook group, it looks like you guys really enjoyed it, enjoyed the projects, and enjoyed making them yourselves. I was very excited to see all of them.
There were so many. I mean, people were trying. What I love is normally at a summit, I feel like we see one or two projects, like the vast majority of everything.
Do that one project.
Yeah. You guys really tested out a little bit of everything. I don't think there was anything that was mainly focused on. People were making the lamps. People were doing the paint pours. People were making the pillows.
The pillow, yeah.
I was shocked at how many was making the pillows.
Me too. And honestly, one viewer who had never even used her sewing machine
made
awesome. It. So I know I love that.
Yeah.
It was super
cool. Thank you guys so much.
We made the paint pour at my house yesterday, and I'll have to share some photos.
Yes.
Fallon blamed me. She was very upset. We had a craft fail. It was her first craft fail.
Her first craft
fail.
You'll never forget it.
So, and then we tried it again, but she didn't get to do it with the colors that she wanted to. So she looked at me and she said, "It's ruined," and put her hands in it. She has a little bit of an attitude issue, which she did not get from me.
Oh my gosh.
But anyway, super fun.
How was your morning, Becca?
My morning was flipping crazy.
First of all, I got to our coffee shop an hour. I woke up at 7:45, was out the door by like 8:05. I rolled up to our coffee shop that wasn't even open.
Yeah.
And I left.
I'm going to try to make this long story short. I get there 5 minutes after it opens. There's only one employee there. The other employee walks in behind me. So I'm like, oh, great. This is going to be really great. 2 people order before me. They get their food. Wonderful. I order, and then 2 other people order. They get their drinks. I'm still standing there. Then finally, I also asked for a receipt. Didn't give me a receipt because it was messed up. So then I go up there and I'm like, oh, those are wrong. They're supposed to be white mocha lattes, not mocha lattes. And he's like so frazzled. He spills them everywhere.
It's Muhammad. It's a good
he's like
friend.
The owner. Then he says, I can't give you your receipt. And I was like, oh, that's a bummer because it was a business expense. He was like, this is for Tanner? I was like, mm-hmm,
we had a great day.
So then he calls his buddy in to remake the drink.
He just disappeared.
White mocha latte. I get a white mocha, no latte, just milk and white chocolate. So I came to work, made my own, and now I'm happy. But I'll never forget that horrible experience.
Oh, well, so yes,
Phew.
It's been a day already, my friends, but we're really excited for Summit. Becca, our friend's here.
What?
Paige is here. We've been talking about you, Miss Paige, this morning.
We have. I'm blown away.
So excited. 4 out of 5.
4 out of 5 of the videos yesterday, Paige made a project from.
Like, that was pretty quick, Paige.
They looked hella good.
So good.
Like,
unbelievable.
I was shocked.
Everyone, if you haven't found her projects in the Facebook group, go find Paige over in the Facebook group. But tell Paige what we're giving her today.
So Paige is our winner today.
Yay!
I was so excited to see everything that she posted. She is the winner of either the Air 2 or an Easy Press of your choice, whichever you want. Email us, hi@makersgonnalearn.com. Tell us what you want. Give us a good address to ship to. And we're so excited for you.
Thank you, Paige. Thank you. And guys, you still have way more opportunities to win. Continue sharing your projects over on Facebook. Continue commenting here. And we are just so thrilled to share with you guys all of the goodness. And we have even more giveaways in store for today. Today's lineup, we do have, this is the order. Hopefully all the classes will play today. I'm just fingers crossed praying today.
It worked out yesterday, so it will today.
Praise the Lord. Mm-hmm. So we're going to start off with Courtney's 3D fabric pumpkins.
Ooh.
Then we have Alexandria from Hedgehog Hollow, one of our favorite people who has such a beautiful accent. She's going to be teaching us how to make...
We'll likely talk like her for the rest of the day.
Yes. She is going to share 3D treat holders. We are so excited. Then Rachel's coming in, teaching us the backyard beanbag toss game.
Uh-huh.
Really fun. Rachel's becoming such a woodworker. We were even talking through a project idea the other day, and she stopped and brought up so many good points. And I stopped and I said, Rachel, are you a woodworker now?
I think she is.
She's really
She's our resident woodworker.
Mm-hmm. She is good. I was on vacation and she was like, where's the wood clamps? Where's this? I'm getting this. I need this. I was like, you go. Your flower clock, they're not ready.
Oh, I'm so excited.
They're not ready. This one's going to be probably a weekender. I don't know if you would want to try to get it done in a day. Do you think they could?
Yeah, I think they could.
Okay.
I do.
You'll have to get a few supplies, specific-ish supplies.
Yeah, for sure.
But y'all, this is something that you're going to be pulling out every year. I mean, you're going to want to use it in your decor for quite a while. I'm so excited to see that one come together. And then I'll be wrapping us out with a brand new frame tutorial and then teaching you guys
it's so cute.
how to make oversized grid projects. So that one's really good. You all have been asking for more tutorials on working with grids and manipulating them. And I just haven't ever, for some reason, had time to make any. So I was like, for Summit this year, I really wanted to bring together a really good project. So you're going to love the way that we're backlighting the frame, which is adorable. We're using some really cool materials and just making a really great thing for our game room. So it's going to be really good.
Rebecca, your morning or evening was way worse than mine.
I
I feel bad about even
what happened?
griping. She said, "Good morning, all. Survived a hurricane and a tornado to be here this morning. The power just came back on. Thank God for a gas stove and coffee press, or this morning would have been so bad. Oh my gosh, thank goodness the Lord protected you.
Yes, amen. I love it.
And
That's
now
so
you're here
good.
crafting with us.
After all that, and she's still here. So faithful.
I
I love it. And Paige chimed in and said, "Best day ever. I signed up for Design Make Sell this morning, and now I will for sure be set." I love that.
Amazing.
Such a small
Very
world.
cool.
It's so good. And remember, guys, there's so many great deals that you can chime in and grab. If you want $100, that brings it all the way down to pre-sale prices.
Yeah, it's
months
never
ago.
been that cheap.
Yeah, never been that cheap since after launch. So that's amazing. $100 off just for you Summit members. And you can use DMS 100. If you're loving this summit and you're like, I need my ticket to confirm into Fall Summit, go ahead, grab that ticket and use coupon code FALL40. And if you're not already a yearly member, you can get our best deal of the year, our Black Friday discount, using the coupon code BEST for that year membership. So hello from South Dakota. And Rebecca says, can everyone say a little prayer that my power stays on and that the hurricane gets to moving on? Yes, Rebecca, we sure will. Oh, were you replying to her? Oh, I'm sorry. We can address.
That's fine.
Sorry,
Totally fine.
I'm so
Totally
sorry.
fine.
I love it. Sin says, oh, good grief. And here I was whining because I couldn't go outside yesterday because it was so hot and humid. Aw, Sin, I love it.
Isn't it funny just how, your circumstances seem so minuscule when you think of other people's? But
Yes.
Wow.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Is that not crazy?
I feel bad about griping about my coffee.
You know what? We're making the best out of what we have.
In the moment, it was a big deal.
I love it. Good morning, Larry and Sarah. Hi, I love it. Yes, Susan's praying. Erin is excited for today's projects, so we are just so thrilled. And if you guys are excited, I cannot wait to get us going with Courtney's class. She is going to be teaching first up for those 3D pumpkins. So these are fabric pumpkins. Were you not blown away with
Guys,
how
these
amazing?
are so flipping adorable.
They're really adorable.
I will probably make some for my mantle decor this fall.
Yeah.
So cute.
Oh my gosh. We really, one thing we need to plan, you weren't here for fall, but I really love picking out pumpkins.
But no, remember, you had this weird Instagram story. I mean, you spent like a lot of money on all these pumpkins. And I was like, okay, this kid's pretty cool.
You don't even understand.
Oh, I do understand.
No. I went 2 days. So the day I did the Instagram story, I think was the day I went to like 3 different Ingles.
And then I was an idiot because I knew where he had gone. And I went the same, because I was like, oh, Tanner got some cool pumpkins. I'm going to go to Weston Ingles. But he had gotten them all.
I had to go to other Ingles.
Yeah, I know.
But then here's the thing. I had went to another place that next Saturday, which is the place we all just need to go like 7 a.m.
Leaper's Hardware in Jeff City generally has some too, by the way.
Oh.
Yeah.
This place is like a true farm and like it's close. It's off 160.
Oh.
Exit 12. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, Lowland, but I don't know where that is.
It's right off. Anyway, I went there and it was a madhouse. It was amazing.
We need to do a pumpkin patch anyway this year, like a corn maze.
Yeah, I'm ready for fall. Somebody brought up sweatshirts the other day and like fall weather, and I'm still enjoying summer. Don't get me wrong, but I'm ready for fall. Are you guys ready for fall? If so, get ready for some 3D pumpkins because Courtney is going to teach you how to make some really adorable
Super
ones.
fun.
So you guys enjoy the class. Keep chatting with us. Let us know if you have any questions. We'll get Courtney to chime in with any answers and things like that. So enjoy your class, and we'll see you in a little bit. See ya.
Hey everyone, Courtney here. I am so excited that you are joining me for one of my Summer Summit classes. It is going to be so fun. I know it's summertime, but we are getting ready for fall. So I'm going to teach you how to make your own 3D fabric pumpkins using your Cricut and sewing machine. This is a pretty easy project, even if you've never sewn before, but you have a sewing machine laying around, or if maybe you got a sewing machine during all of the craziness to make some masks, and now you don't know what else you can make. You could definitely make some pumpkins. This is one of the versions, and there are going to be a couple different variations. I'm going to show you some ways to spice them up at the end. Let's go over the supplies that we'll need. You're going to need fabric of your choice. I have some pretty fall colors, including this blue that I think is super fun and going to look amazing with this orange plaid, and some canvas fabric, but you pick out whatever fabric you want to make your pumpkins with. I also have some brown felt. That's what we're going to make the cute little stem out of. And you'll need some stuffing to stuff your pumpkin. A hack for that is to buy really cheap pillows at Walmart, because they have lots of stuffing in them for a lot less money than you're going to find a bag of stuffing at like the sewing store or craft store for. And then you will need, obviously, your sewing machine, but at the end we're also going to do a little bit of hand sewing, something that the machine can't do. So I have some hand sewing needles, and you're also going to want some strong thread. So I'm using embroidery thread because that's really going to be durable. You're not going to be able to use the thread from your sewing machine for that part. And then to spice it up, I have a few little decorative ribbons and things, like this really fun leaf one. I love this. I also have a polka dot burlap ribbon we might use, and some gold twine, so that's fun. And then on the Cricut aspect, you're going to need a Cricut maker for this project. If you don't have a Cricut maker, you can print out the pattern that we're going to use today and trace it onto your fabric, and you would just use hand scissors and stuff like that, no Cricut. But if you have a Cricut maker, this is a really fun and easy project with the Cricut maker. You're going to need a rotary blade with that Cricut maker because we're cutting fabric. We're also using a washable marker that goes with the Cricut. This is going to create our seam allowances for us, which is so amazing. And then I'm using a 12 by 24 mat because it can do all of the cutting on one mat. But if you only have a 12 by 12, that's fine. You'll just have to do 2 mats. And I think that's all that we need. So let's get into it. All right, we're going to start out in Design Space. And we're going to go to our uploads because I've already uploaded our 3D pumpkin pattern file, the SVG version, not the PNG version. The SVG version allows you to change some of those things and really work with the pattern so that it works for you. Here is what we have, and you can see that each of these pieces have 2 shapes layered on top of each other. So we're going to select all of it and go to Ungroup. They have 2 pieces because one, this inner one, the lighter one, is our seam allowance. So we need to go up here with that selected. I think I can select all of them at one time, so you only have to do this one. So I'm just selecting all of the inner lighter orange pieces. And when I'm going to go up here to line type, to the drop down, and turn them in to draw lines. That way our Cricut will know that it needs to draw those on. We also need to do this. We need to select one outer and one inner and go and click attach so that Cricut knows it needs to draw that on top of each other and not that they're not separate units that it can draw and cut like next to each other. It needs to be on top of each other. So you need to do that for each one. Go in, select both, and click attach. Now they are all attached. So this is a pretty good size. It'll fit on the mat, and I'm just going to click make it. See here how they're all layered, and it thinks that we have 12 by 12 fabric. So I'm going to click cancel because you can see there's a lot of extra room on here, and if we move these items around, we could get a bigger pumpkin. So I'm going to go ahead and resize them, make them a bit bigger. All right, so back on our canvas, we need to select everything, even the brown stem. and resize it so that everything stays proportionate. So here I am. Ooh, mouse is going a bit crazy. I'm going to size this up a bit and we're going to test it. I want this pumpkin to be pretty large. Now another thing that you'll see that I'm going to do later on is you can stretch it to make your pumpkin taller. To make your pumpkin taller, you would stretch it lengthwise so that these are taller and skinnier. Or you can make a shorter, fatter pumpkin by dragging it downwards. But today I'm going to keep this proportion and just make it bigger, as big as I can get it onto that 12 by 24 mat. So down here, what you're going to do is change your material size if you're working with a 12 by 24. And then we're going to move these around so that we can get them closer to each other. And I'm even going to move this one. You're going to click it, click the 3 dots, click Move Object, and move it to this other mat. Then we will continue to rearrange them on the mat so that we can get them pretty close to one another and get the most out of our fabric. As you can see, this project doesn't even use that much fabric. So now I'm going to move them in a little bit because I don't know how much, if I have exactly 12 inches, I might have a little bit more, like 11 and a half. So I'm just going to move them in just to be sure, just like that. And then we are done in design space. We're going to cut this square here out of felt and this out of our fabric. So let's click continue. Once your Cricut is detected, you're going to click browse all materials. We're going to be using a pretty heavy canvas. So I'm going to type in fabric and see what the different options are. I think there's one like denim that we're going to use for this. Let's see, heavy fabrics like denim. We're going to click that, click done. It's telling us that we need to have a pen in clamp A and our rotary blade in clamp B. I'm going to give it more pressure. And now we'll head over to our Cricut and get our mat ready. Alrighty, so we have our fabric grip mat, and you can see there's some fabric left over on there, but that is still fine. It is still super sticky. I'm bringing my canvas fabric in here, and you're just going to really smooth it down, and it kind of is pressure activated. The more you press down, the more it's stuck down. Kind of can get some of those wrinkles out at this point too. And here we go, our mat is ready to go. We're going to load that into our Cricut. And now we need to follow those directions for our clamps. So clamp B needs a rotary blade. Let's put that in there. And our pen needs to go in clamp A. And she is ready to go. All we need to do is click this flashing Cricut button and it'll do all the hard work for us. One thing I wanted to make sure that you guys are aware of is that when you are placing your fabric down on the mat, you want to place it pretty side down so that the wrong side is facing up so Cricut can draw on your wrong side and your pretty side is fine. I didn't necessarily need to say that for the canvas because it doesn't have a right side and a wrong side, but if you're using a one-sided fabric, be sure to do that. Alright, I went ahead and cut out this basic square for the stem. You could use your Cricut or you could use hand scissors for this, whatever is easier for you. And now we are ready to get to sewing. Here are the pieces that our Cricut cut out for us. And so we're going to start out with 2 pieces and put them right and then fold it at this edge like this, and then tie a knot that's going to be super thick, like so. And that is what's going to stop our thread. And then I'm going to cut off this little tail because I'm definitely not going to need that. So now we have our needle and thread ready. And we're going to start on the pumpkin. You're going to want to fold in all of the edges so that you have a little bit of a clean edge here. And it almost did that naturally for me. So starting around one of the seams, you're going to start from the inside and thread it out so that your knot is inside. And then every section I'm doing about 2 stitches. So about, you can kind of see it's going to go have 1 stitch over every seam, and then 1 stitch in the middle that's going to be on the inside. You just do some pretty big stitches all the way around. And then you want to end your stitch on the inside. And then I'm going to cut off the needle, and with the tail in one hand and the knot in the other, you're just going to pull them closer to each other to really cinch up the pumpkin, just like that. And then I'm going to tie a knot, probably a double knot. And then you can cut these tails off. So here we have our pumpkin, and it's looking pretty good. But I don't love the side profile of the pumpkin. I wish it was more, condensed. So we're gonna do that with some tufting. We're going to thread our needle again, the same way we did it before. And then I'm gonna go through the top of the pumpkin. And be careful of your fingers. You're going to thread it all the way through to the bottom. And you should be able to see the needle come up through the bottom. I'm actually going to try to move it in towards the center. There you go. Pull that needle up. And then pull it through the other side. Kind of set the pumpkin down on the needle and scrunch it down, and you should see the needle pop up through the top. Then you're gonna pull that really tight and tie it off on your beginning thread. All right, you really want to get a tight grip on it and pull tight. And now it is tufted, so I'm gonna double knot that. I'm just gonna cut my needle off, add a double knot here, and that kind of just made our pumpkin shape a little better and more squatty, but you don't have to do that. It's totally optional. Now we have our pumpkin shape. Let's go ahead and make our stem. I have this piece of brown felt, and I'm just going to add a line of hot glue on the 2 long ends and a little in the middle. Then I'm going to start at one end and turn it super tight into the glue. All right, and there is the stem. You can add it just like that, or you can make it shorter. It's totally up to you. I think that I like how tall this stem is for this one, so I'm going to glue it here. I would definitely recommend using an embroidery thread that is the same color or close to the same color as the fabric you're using. I used a darker one so that I could really show you and you could see it, but that's okay. If you only have a different color embroidery thread, you can use it because we're totally going to cover it up with these decorations. So now I'm just gluing it on there. It's looking pretty cute. And now let's add some of our decorative ribbon. All right, to do the bow, I'm just going to pinch 2 little bunny ears. The ribbon is still connected to the spool. And then I'll pull my bunny ears, and then you can resize them. Reshape it, make it look how you want it to. And I kind of want some long tails on mine. So I'm going to cut it off around here. And then I'm just going to hot glue it onto the pumpkin right there. With just that one pattern, there are so many ways that you can make these pumpkins, and you can make a whole set of them. As you can see, I made a little pumpkin and I made a bigger pumpkin, but I also want to show you how to make a tall and skinny pumpkin to really complete this set. We're going to head back into Design Space and I'll show you just how to do that. Alright, so we are using that same pattern. This is the same project, the same canvas. So what you're going to do is select all of them. And you see this lock button at the bottom left corner. You're going to click that. That is going to allow us to change the proportions. So I can make it skinnier and longer, just like that. Super easy. And then when I click make it, we're going to see how it's fitting on the project mat. I think, guys, I can make it a little bit longer. So I'm going to click cancel. Select it all again, and I'm going to make it a little bit longer and a little bit skinnier. Click make it, and now it's really starting to fill out that mat. So change this to a 12 by 24 and you can fit all 6 of them on there still, making a taller, skinnier pumpkin. So I'm going to cut these out and I'll see you at the sewing table. Alright, so this is what the Cricut cut out for us. Super tall and skinny. I just want to give you a little bit of a comparison on how much taller this is than this pumpkin. It's going to be a little bit shorter than this because it's going to be rounded and everything, but it is just going to be such a different pumpkin. And I know that pumpkins aren't typically blue, but I just cannot get over how pretty this blue and orange look together. So let's turn this guy into a pumpkin. If you need another walkthrough of the tutorial on how to sew it, I am ready to give that to you. We are going to place 2 of these right sides together, and I love having the seam allowance drawn for me. It just makes life so much easier, especially on a curved surface. It's one thing, you can get your seam allowance, no problem, on a straight edge, but when you're doing a curve, this is just so helpful to follow. So I'm placing all of these right sides together, seam allowances on the outside. I have 3 sets of those ready to go, and now we're going to sew. I'm going to place them this way actually, because we're sewing from the flat side down to the curve on all 3 of those to attach them. Alright, I'm going to sew my first one, and since we're not using sewing clips, you're going to want to really hold them and make sure that the fabric is staying together, and it might help to go a little bit slower when you're sewing these too. So we're just going to sew down that line. You might have to readjust your fabric every so often. And don't forget when you get to the tip to do a couple back stitches. That way it doesn't come unraveled on you. And there's one of 3. Alrighty, once you get all 3 of those sewn, you're gonna open one of them up, and it's okay if it folds in the center. Then open another up, and then line them up on this one side. And then we will sew down that seam allowance line. Alright, so now we have a set of 4 and a set of 2, and we're going to connect them on both sides. With right sides together, we're going to stitch down this seam allowance line, and then we'll head over to the other side and do the same thing. Alright, it is all in one piece, and now we just have 2 more sides to connect. So with right sides together, you're stitching down that same line again. This is a pretty repetitive process, and I think a good project for beginners, especially with these seam allowance lines already drawn for you. This is an easy project. Alrighty, now it is time to flip this guy right side out. Look at it, it's gonna be so cute. Let's add some stuffing. And taking small handfuls, you're just going to put them through the small hole at the top. You can really kind of get your fingers in there and work it into all the small crevices so you have an even pumpkin without any dents or anything weird like that. Once you get your last bit of stuffing in there, we're going to sew the hole closed at the top. All right, I'm getting my needle here threaded. We're going to tie a knot on the end. The thicker the better, because we don't want this knot coming through. Here we go. All right, so you're going to fold in all of the little top edges and come in with your needle from the inside towards the outside. And over every seam, you're gonna do a stitch on the outside, and between the seams, do a stitch on the inside. Maybe if I do it like this, you can see better. So then I'll use my needle from the inside to the outside, from the outside to the inside. And this is called a gathering stitch because you're wanting to use it to gather all of the fabric at the top and close that hole, right? You're gonna need a little extra stitch here because you want to end it on the inside. Then I'm going to cut my needle off and hold this end, the knot from the beginning, and just really kind of gather it, almost like those backpacks that cinch at the top, and then do a double knot here. So now this is our pumpkin shape, and you can choose to tuft it or not tuft it. I think I'm going to do just a little bit of tufting because I think that it makes the top look more pumpkin-y, but I'm going to leave it pretty loose because I don't want to squish it down all the way, just a little bit. So I'm going to thread my needle again to do that. All right, make a knot at the end. Let's get to tufting. So we're going to start at the top. You want to make sure you go through the fabric, not the inside of the hole, and then you just kind of sit the pumpkin down on top of the needle. You can feel around for it inside and kind of try to direct it towards the center here. And then you can see it come up, and we'll pull it all the way through. And then we're going to pull it all the way back through. And do that same thing, try to direct the needle a little bit. Okay, we need it to go through fabric here. That's pretty good, okay. So pull it, and then we'll see how, I think we just want to pull it just about that much. So I'm going to grab the other end and tie a knot. And at this point in the knot tying is kind of when you can figure out how tufted you want it to be. See, I think that's too tufted. I want it a little bit taller, just like that. So then let's tie this off in a double knot. And there we go. Cut off your tails. And here is the base of our next pumpkin. I want to show you another way to go about decorating this that involves twine. So I have some twine here, and I am going to cover all of the seams with this twine. I think it's going to look really cute. So I'm just going to add a dot of hot glue at the top and a dab of hot glue in the middle, a super small dab in the middle, and at the end. That way it stays in place. So let's get our hot glue gun ready. Found it. My table's a little dirty. Not dirty, messy, like most craft tables are. I'm a pretty messy crafter, if we have not talked about that before. Leave me a comment. Let me know if you are like a super organized crafter and your space is always clean, or if you're a messy crafter like me. I'm mostly a messy crafter because I will start 10 projects at the same time, which tends to have a lot of supplies on the table, you know? And then I'll, you know, start 10 projects, you know, finish one maybe. No, just kidding. I usually finish my projects. Unless they're a craft fail, and then I give up. Alright, so I finished at the bottom, but I'm going to use the same twine without cutting it. I'm going to go across this other seam on the opposing side, opposite side here. So we're just going to add some glue, and I mean the thinnest line. This Lily glue gun is super good for thin lines of hot glue. Okay, and then we are back to the top, and I can finish this off here. And I like to use my scissors to tap it into the glue so you're not burning your fingers. So now I'm wondering if I don't cut this and I just glue it and turn it. I think that's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to glue it more towards the middle and then have it start to come out of this side. I'm going to add a little bit of glue here. Alrighty, let's do some more gluing. I think this twine is just going to give it a super fall look with this blue fabric. Kind of bring that in more to the fall. With this brown felt, I'm just going to cut it with my scissors to make the stem. There is a part in the pattern to cut it out with your Cricut. I just think for a super basic rectangle, it just is too much work to put it all on the mat and stuff. But obviously for something more complicated like the pumpkin part, it makes it a lot easier to use your Cricut. So I just pick and choose when I use it. So once you have this cut out, it doesn't even have to be perfect. I'm going to make this stem the same way. And you can always cut it at the end. If Because some pumpkins you want them to have a shorter stem, some pumpkins you want to have a longer stem, and if you're making a set, you definitely want them to vary. So this is an easy way. You can just cut it at the end. Really trying not to burn my fingers here, guys. That would be embarrassing. If I had to leave the summit to go tend to my burn. Okay, now at this end, a strip of glue, hold it closed. And for this stem, let's think. I think I want it to be just a little bit shorter. So with it all gathered, I'm gonna just cut off a little bit. And then I'm gonna glue that here at the top. I don't wanna use a lot of hot glue. Just really piling it on there. And you want your good side of your pumpkin to have the good side of the stem. Okay, that looks great. And now I decided that I'm going to use this twine to add some curlicues that look like a vine on it. So I'm just gonna glue it like right here. I might want to cut this a little bit shorter because I love the curlicue at the end of this. It's like naturally from the twine. Alright, I'm cutting another one. I just love the decorating process of the pumpkins at the end once you've made it. It's so fun, guys. These pumpkins are adorable. Those strings look too similar. Oh, I love this curlicue that's happening. Okay, let's capitalize on that. Okay, this is my last one. Alrighty, here is this pumpkin with these cute vines. Let me show you them all together. Alrighty guys, here are all the different pumpkins, and these are just 3 ways. There are so many ways that you can make these. I think a fun way to do it would be for the seams to be on the outside of the canvas one. I think that would be such a, rustic look. You would have to wash out the marker, but it's washable, so just throw it in the wash with your clothes and you'll be good to go to finish up that pumpkin. But just so many different shapes and sizes and little ways to decorate them. I just am obsessed with this. We are going to have little fabric pumpkins all over our house this fall. I cannot wait to see the pumpkins that you guys make, so be sure to post pictures in the Facebook group. I hope that you are enjoying the summit and that you continue to enjoy all of the other classes that there are. Thanks so much for watching this class, and I will see you in the comments. Bye! Hey everyone, here I am.
my goodness. I'm ready for fall. It is going to
Yes.
be good. Sorry for the little technical difficulty. That was never, like,
We've never had that happen.
Any-
Like right in the middle of a video. It was totally
any of our
weird.
tech glitches, like my video playing from the middle, not the first. Very odd, but glad it was able to be fixed. I'm so glad Courtney was teaching multiple of the pumpkins, so that's really good. And we are just so excited. So everyone is still congratulating Miss Paige for winning our amazing giveaway that we're so excited about. And here's the deal. She made 4 out of the 5 projects, which is something super to celebrate within a day.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. So if you all would like to be entered to win something, go ahead and make some projects, share it, continue commenting. Should we pick another giveaway for a $25 Amazon gift card?
Yeah. I'm going to let you do it.
You're going to let me do it?
I've done the other ones.
Okay. Okay, which, Rebecca? Okay, Anna is sitting
My
here.
sister's in the floor.
Anna has said that she wants Miss Rebecca to receive a $25 Amazon gift card. If you go through her arcane, we wanna give you a little something.
Yeah.
The very little to help with, but go order you some new paper, order you some cardstock, something crafty. So Rebecca, send us your awesome Amazon email address. Rebecca may have won something yesterday. Did she? I don't remember.
Adrian won.
Yeah.
What was that? No.
No, it wasn't. Okay.
It wasn't,
It
no.
wasn't Rebecca.
Yeah, no.
Well, Rebecca, you have won a $25 Amazon gift card, so congratulations. So yay! Oh my goodness, we're so excited, and we're loving it. So yes, today we have 5 classes. We're 1 down. We're about to jump into Alexandria Hedgehog Hollow's class.
Yes.
You're going to be talking her accent. I know I will.
I'm very excited.
I can't do accents, unfortunately.
I will butcher it, but do it anyway.
I love it. Oh my gosh. It's going to be so good. So yes, Dawn says, hi everyone. I hope I didn't miss too much. As I sleep in trouble, been in Australia. Oh my gosh. Hi from Australia.
Wow.
Yes. Good for Rebecca. Yay. Rebecca, you can thank Anna for connecting those.
They're saying hi, Anna.
Hi, Anna will have to pop in when she, wants to. So, whoa, she says, aw, yay, I love it. So yes, if you did make any projects and you want to be entered to win extra giveaways, go ahead and post in the Facebook group because we'll be giving away some more stuff today. So yay, I love it. But yes, so Alexandria from the Hedgehog Hollow, very dear friend of mine. If you have not checked her YouTube channel out, just like Crystal yesterday, definitely check out their channels because they're amazing in their own right. Very creative, very crafty. You'll see Alexandria does a lot more paper crafting and like mixed media than we do.
Right.
So that's a lot of fun. And then Mama Disney says, I need to make these treat boxes for lunch on Wednesday. Yes, so smart. And we're super excited and so jealous of our friend that's getting their Glowforge delivered tomorrow. Congratulations. Like, tell us which one you get. Tell us how it goes. We're very envy. So we're super excited for you. But go ahead, get excited for Miss Alexandria from Hedgehog Hollow because she is going to be making some amazing treat boxes in this upcoming class. See you guys after.
Hi everyone, welcome to Makers Gonna Learn and welcome to Summit. My name's Alexandra from the Hedgehog Hollow. I know lots of you already joined me at the Hollow. If you don't already, I'd love to see you over there. And thank you to Tanner for inviting me back to be part of Summit. So today I'm using one of his 3D files and I'm going to show you 3 different ways to customize it. We're going to make a Halloween version, we're going to make a back to school version, and we're going to make a fall version. So you can use these as treat boxes for occasions. You could use them as table favors. You can put some cute teacher gifts or first day of school things in there. Loads of different ways you could use this. And of course, it'd be great for holidays and things as well. So these are all MGL files. So if you're not a member already, make sure you hop on over and grab a subscription. And I'm going to give you lots of tips and tricks as well. Plus, I've given Tanner a special code for MGL members who are attending Summit to use over at the Hedgehog Hollow as well, because I'm using a couple of things from our subscription box to complement these as well. So you can find all the information, and I am joining you live while this is being streamed out. I'm down there in the comments. You can ask me any questions you have. I'd love to chat with you all, so be sure to comment down there. So As I say, I'm using this 3D file here, this cracker file. Super, super cute, and it's really easy to do. So this is how it cuts out from your Cricut, and I'm just going to use a scoring tool to firm everything up. So here I have a little score buddy. This is my favorite. And first of all, I'm putting a score line down each of these. So I'm just lining up the point here and scoring down. Now the reason I like to pre-score like this is because it stops a lot of cracking in the cardstock, and we're going to do this on all of these. So you want to do one side, turn it around, do the other side, and this is the smaller version. I like this because it just happens to fit on my desktop nicely. I'm going to do my last one up here. Then you're also going to want to do the same across here. So I'm going to score down each of these. And these are going to be your tabs for sticking down. So I put the top of my cracker here against the top of my score body. It just means that I've got those lines down there perfectly. You're also going to want to do a couple of more scores. So you're going to want to do one here. See where this basically turns this into a square this way. And we'll do the same on this side. And so I'm going to score down. And I'm just going to turn it around and finish off those scores. So there's our line. And we're going to do the same. And go up to the top. And I forgot one score here. So you're going to want to score here, here, and here. So I'll show you again on the next ones, but it's super simple. And of course, I know you have access to this. You can replay it and go over, but it's really, really easy to do. And this is such an effective piece. As I say, I'm going to show you 3 different ways to do it. And you could customize this for really any occasion you wanted. So I'm going to score down again, score down again. So that's it. So this is how it should look when you're fully scored. So you can take a screenshot of how this looks. And this is really what you're aiming for. Now, one tip I'm going to give you, and I didn't see this on MGL, but I'm going to give it to you as a tip of mine when I did this, is I like to score in the middle here as well. Now, I'll show you in a little bit why this was so much easier to do. But if you score it in that middle, you're going to find that the assembly is just so much easier. So I'd love to know what occasions you're crafting for at the minute. If you're doing back to school favors, maybe you're already thinking about the holidays. I mean, there's so many different things we all like to craft for. So I'd love to know what you're all crafting for. So again, I'm going to take this and I'm going to start by scoring along the middle of these diamonds. So, and we're going to score here so that we have this little bit out. We're going to score right here. But we're going to cover those up. So we're going to fix our mistakes. So we're going to score all the way down here. I'm going to do the same. So I'm lining up my score line with this little point here. And then just going all the way down. And I'm also going to do that middle one while we're here, so that life is nice and easy. And then I'll turn it around and I'll do the other end. So then I just take this, and you'll notice I'm not flipping it, I'm just turning it so that my score lines are all the same. So I'm making sure that these all even up. And we also want to go up here. Again. Up here. In here. In here. And then we're going to go lengthways. So we're going to score in the crease in between. And the crease in between. And then crease in between. So you can see it's really easy to do. It's just a little bit of prep work, but you'll find this little bit of prep work will make your life so much easier. I always find, you know, when you go to paint your house, I don't know if anyone's done that recently, but we've had a lot of time at home to make home improvements, and I hate prepping the house for painting and things, but it really does make a difference. So this is my last one to do. It's going to be my Halloween one. Now, the big thing with this one is really to score it well, because with this glossy finished cardstock, it is absolutely gorgeous. But the scoring will stop it cracking. One thing we really don't want are those white cracks in there. So you're going to find that this is a really worthwhile exercise on some of these white core papers or glossy finishes, mirror cardstocks, holographic cardstocks, all of those things. Just spend the time, score it. You will be so grateful, because it just makes your finished project look so much better. And we all put so much time into these crafts and things that I find it is worth adding that little bit of extra time. We're going to do the same on this side, like this. Like so. And like so. And now we're going to go this way. So it is a little bit harder to do on this glossy cardstock as well, but just take your time. You can all chat amongst yourselves for a second while I go down this, or you might be doing this with me if you've already got them pre-cut. So here we go. And we'll turn and do that one in a second. I'm going to do this one here. And you could also just use a ruler. I'm using a Teflon bone fold. I also find that gives me a much nicer crease. And again, it's just one of those things, just those basic tools that I found was well worth the investment. So I'm going to go halfway down again. Again, halfway. Halfway. And I'm only eyeballing the halfway, which is absolutely fine. That will work perfectly for you. And then again, I'm turning, I'm not flipping. And I'm going to line up. Make sure I'm in the right place. Add in this, yeah, an extra groove. Line this up. So I'm just doing exactly the same. And if I had the larger version of this score tool, I could do that, but this is just a nice desktop size. And normally I make cards and more paper crafting based projects, so this size works really well for me. And that's all the prep work you really have to do. Now, from a decorating perspective, I'm going to start off with my back to school one. So this is my piece here. Here are some cute little apples. This one didn't quite cut right in my Cricut. So again, these are all Maker's Gonna Learn files. So I took this little cute apple and I cut it out of glitter cardstock. And you can choose how you want to stick these down. So you can do maybe one way, one this way, and then you could also do this one this way, and then you could do one this way. So you can see, super cute how these look on there. You could add the teacher's name, initials, the grade. I mean, lots and lots of different ways. You can then customize them to whoever you're giving it to. Now I'm going to use some double-sided adhesive on these because it's going to dry instantly. I'm also going to show you another tip for the assembly part that I found out whilst we were doing our prep here. Ali, who works here with me at Hedgehog Hollow, she gave me some really great tips to share with you when we were trying out some samples for different ideas of how to customize these. So let's stick down all our apples, just like this. And I'm just centering them up on those squares that we scored. And if you stick everything on when it's flat, you'll find it so much easier. Now, let's put one of these together, and then I'm going to show you a couple of times just so you can really perfect that technique. So I'm going to cut myself, this is called red line tape, and I have given Tanner links to everything, so you can check those out in the supply list, and I'm sure he'll drop them there if you need him to. So I'm adding some red tape onto these pieces, and just little pieces of red tape. These are a non-stick scissor, so they're great to use with adhesive. So again, I'm going to stick this on here, and then I'm going to stick this piece. Now, I'm making sure the edge of my adhesive does not go past that scored line. That's really important. You don't want it to go further into your project than that. And this is a thicker width. You can get different widths. I just happen to have this width in my craft room. So I'm just going to trim off the excess because we don't need that much. Again, just trim off these little pieces on here, and we'll trim this one off of here. And then the great thing, you see how easy it is to get it off those non-stick scissors, and we're ready to roll. So let's first of all firm up some of our folds. Leave that excess tape, the liner part of the tape on there, and we're just going to firm up these folds first of all. So I folded it in 4. You also want to fold over your tabs, and you see how nice and easy it is and how straight those folds are from that prep work we did. And now we're also going to do the same here. So we're going to fold all of these pieces in, and we're going to fold all of these pieces in, and I'm going to fold just the outer fold, not that inner one, just the outer ones. I'm going to fold these back on themselves. So all the folds are nice and firm. Now we're going to go and tape all this together. So take your large liner piece off first and stick that down on here like this. And I like to then just get my finger in here. And I like using red line tape because A, it sticks really fast. It does have a bit of wiggle room if you need it. But also you can remove, it's going to cure, and it's going to cure hard. So it gives you a little bit of wiggle room, not quite as much as liquid adhesive, but then it's going to cure really, really strong. Again, I'm going to do the same thing. You can see I'm just lining these up here. And I'm going to do the same thing. Like so. And then you're going to want to just very gently, you can see how this is going. Look how easy that was. And you can create this super cute little piece. You can have it go in on its own. The other option you have is you can take this now and you can add, just like this, you could add some really cute little ribbon on here and have the pieces pop out. But I do kind of like how it all pops together all in one. And you could make these as table favors too. Loads of different options. But I do really fancy also putting some ribbon on here and making it look super cute. So that's our first one. Let me show you that again because there was a few steps in there. So this is my Hello Fall, and we cut out these cute little black squares that are the right size to fit on here. You can see, just stick that straight on there. For reference, it is 1 3/4 inches square. And I'm just going to use some double-sided tape to stick it on, like so. Really, really simple. As I told you, we're going to cover up that little extra emboss, but you could also emboss some really fun designs. You know, you could score in some geometrics and things too. So you can do that as well. We're going to cover that up so you don't see it, just like that. Then we're going to take this really cute little happy fall, and again, you can alternate. So you can, you know, go one way, go the other way. I thought it'd be really cute to then write somebody's name in here with a metallic Sharpie. You know, however you want to do it, whatever you think is like, oh, that really works for my occasion, you can decide to do that on there. I'm going to use a smidge of liquid adhesive on this one, like this. And then I'm going to turn this over. And I'm going to stick it on. I'm going to do one this way. And I'm going to take this one. Same thing. Again, this is an MGL file that we just sized down to fit on our little squares. And this one I'm going to do on the side, because then it doesn't matter which way you have it on the table. You're always going to see how easy this is. And you can imagine doing this with some cute little like black and white checked ribbon. All sorts of fun ideas. So again, I'm going to take my red line tape and we're going to stick this on here. And I'm going to cut this off just there. and up here. And I really love these scissors. They come in 3 sizes, but the non-stick part is fab because I hate getting my scissors all gummed up and then they're all stuck with adhesive, and you know, we all know that's not a fun part of our project. So again, I have that on there. I'm going to take a small piece off of here, like this. And trim off. And then I'm going to take a smidgen off of this one. And again, I'm just going to trim this down. So let's remember, we firmed up these folds here, these folds down here, these folds here, these ones at the top. I did not do the middle ones, so you can see it's just like the zigzag. And then we want to firm up in between. That's it. And just because you've scored it, it's going to be so easy to do. The last ones to do are little tabs. Then you can take off your release pieces. So let's take off all of these. And then we're going to line them up like this. I'm going to use a little tool because my nails can't get in there, so I'm going to use one of these. Something like a little pick is great. I have a cute little tool coming soon that's really going to help with this because it's something that I always struggle with and I always find a little bit fiddly. And this is an acrylic piece, so I find this one super fiddly because it all sticks to you. And then again, we're going to line up those 2 corners. So you can see I've lined up these corners here. I'm going to line up this one here. And then I'm going to line up that one there. And then again, same thing. You can pop it in and have it really cute like this. You can use it as a favor, as a decoration, or we can pull it out and have a little bit more room. And then I would add, you can also do it this way. You can have just it like half and half. So there's all sorts of different ways you can do it. I will show you some pictures of ones that we have done. So let's get that piece of tape off of there. Okay, let's do one more. This is my glossy one. So I want to show you how to do it with gloss cardstock. So we scored this one really, really well. Now I have these cute little moons. And again, I'm going to use liquid adhesive. You could use whatever you want. I just find with the glossy cardstocks, you either need something like the red line, something really sticky, or this liquid adhesive dries really strong. I find that double-sided tape, just the regular tape runner, doesn't really cut it. And then we're going to stick something on top of glitter cardstock, so we're definitely going to want a really nice strong adhesive. So we'll put this down like this. And then I also cut from MGL these cute little witch's brooms. So I'm just going to add a couple of dots on here. And then you can just stick them down on here. They're going to take a little bit of time to dry, so I might have to let these dry afterwards. But you can see, again, you could add initials, you could add an occasion on here, you know, so many different ways. I'd love to do these for my Christmas table with some festive things. I'm sure there's all sorts of things we could find in Tana's membership files that would just work amazingly well. So stick that down, that down. And you can see I'm only adding a couple little dots and it's going to hold absolutely perfectly well. So again, and I'm alternating as I go, just for some added fun. But I could add my girls' initials, I could add the date, if you had a party, you know, whatever the theme of your party is. So it's just interesting, I find, when you take something and you look at, you know, multiple different ways to make or customize the same thing. Let's trim that little piece off. Because you can make the same box look so different based on the decorations or the colors. As long as those bare bones are there, there are just endless options. So I can't wait to see what you will create. Don't forget to tag us at the Hedgehog Hollow as well. Come visit us over there, and when you're done with Summit, we'd love to see you. And let's grab ourselves another piece of this. There's a little piece left over I can use on here. And this piece on here, and this piece on here. So again, I'm just going to trim these pieces down. And you can get a slimmer version of the red line, but I don't want you to be afraid to just use what you already have. You know, if you have a good adhesive, just do exactly what I'm doing and trim it down and save yourself the money and buy some other new craft supplies that are fun and something you don't have. So don't ever be afraid to just, you know, cut down and customize what you already have. So we're nearly there. And I'm going to do the same over here. And I'm going to trim this one off. So that's it. That's how easy it is. Okay. Like so. Like so. And like so. And then we'll just firm up those creases. You can see how easy this is, and it's not going to crack because we already pre-scored it. So if you looked at this in the beginning and thought, oh my goodness, she's using glossy cardstock, it's never going to work. It works perfectly, but you just need to do that little bit of prep. And now you can see it looks super cute and cool, like so. Okay, so let's roll this up. We'll put it in. And now I'm just going to stick these down, and you have the same. There we go. There it goes. And there it goes. So you can see how easy was that. 3 completely different ways to do the same thing. Thank you for joining me here at Summit. I hope you've enjoyed this tutorial. Don't forget, I am down below if you need to ask any questions or anything you want to know. I'd love to chat with you all, and do come join us over at the Hedgehog Hollow sometime as well. But enjoy the rest of Summit, and thank you, Tana, for inviting us again. We'll see you again soon. Bye. Hi everyone, welcome to Makers Gonna Learn, and welcome to Summit. My name's Alexandra from the Hedgehog Hollow. I know lots of you already joined me at the Hollow. If you don't already, I'd love to see you over there. And thank you to Tana for inviting me back to be part of Summit. So today I'm using one of his 3D files, and I'm going to show you 3 different ways to customize it. We're going to make a Halloween version, we're going to make a back to school version, and we're going to make all versions.
All right, can you do the accent?
You put me on the spot, so no, I can't.
I
but
can't
I was
either.
doing it the whole time. I sounded legit.
We love it. Guys, we are so excited because we are going to the Atlanta gift show.
Yes.
And I bet some people here have been. So
Yeah, let us know. Have you been before?
Let us know.
The Atlanta Mart gift show.
Yes. I've been
Like the big one, because Atlanta Mart is open year round.
year round, but this is like their weekend event of trade.
Trend spotting.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I went to it, gosh, like 7, 8 years ago. I went and worked at it, which is how I found out about it.
Yeah.
I had no idea when I signed up for this. Let me tell you, little Tanner got hired for a bow company. Have I ever told you this story?
No.
So, long story short, I worked for a bow company making bows.
I love that because now you won't make a bow. Now you're like, hey, Rach,
No.
hook me up with a bow.
So I worked for, you all may have this tool. You may have heard of it. It's called Bodabra. The owners of
I've never heard of that.
The owner's very interesting and really, really interesting, actually. I've been to her home in Vegas. I worked for her on just a contract basis, like with social media, demonstrating. She needed help and assistance at the show. She was going for a week, and this is a product that was sold in Walmart, Amazon, like all over. So I worked there for a week, and it was the most exhausting.
How old were you?
Like 14. 15.
I love that.
Yeah, it was really interesting. I mean, I made quite a bit of money just for the amount of hours I put in at the booth. But it was such a great experience. Got a lot of networking in there, and I met a lot of cool people. So what's crazy is that Atlanta Mart has all the trends for the next year.
Yeah.
So like all the stores that you go to and shop at, like the boutiques, they go there and like get it. So we're go trend spotting and maybe get some things to put in summit boxes, and who knows?
Yes, we're super excited. And so we're
just
staying
gonna take it.
in Buckhead.
We're
right?
staying in Buckhead.
So let us know if you've been to Atlanta and been to the Buckhead area,
Yes.
if you have any amazing, and I mean
We want
really
the
amazing
best.
restaurant suggestions.
Yeah, we want the best. Me and Becca want to have a steak, but we have some people attending, Courtney,
And Anna.
that probably would prefer chicken. Will you eat chicken? Okay.
She'll eat steak, but she's not
Courtney
love
will
it.
not eat steak. No red meat for Court. So a lot of fun. But we do have a very amazing giveaway right now.
Yeah, so we have some comments about this right now going
Oh,
on.
do we?
They love this color. They say it's so
Yes.
wonderful. This is
Yes.
actually my favorite color, so I'm like, I think all the bags that we're giving away
Yeah.
right now, I'm a
So
little
good.
bit like heartbroken when we send them off, but I'm very happy. They're gonna have some amazing homes.
It is.
And we are gonna give this bag to
Ooh, Vanessa
Lewis.
Lewis! Yay! Vanessa, thank you so much for being such an amazing member here at Makers Gonna Learn and attending the summit. So be sure to email hi@makersgonnalearn.com with your best shipping address, and we will have this beautiful bag out to you in the next week or two. And we really hope you guys are still continuing to enjoy the summit and really taking it all in. But we want to make sure that you guys are attending the next summit.
Yeah.
So if you want to grab the very final summit of 2020, that is our fall summit. It is the summit to be at because that's when you are going to feel most urgent to get ready for the Christmas season.
Yes.
Christmas decor, Christmas gifts, all is at our fall summit. And it's probably the most anticipated one ever, like of the year, that we have. Every other one's great, but I promise you, you're going to want to get your ticket now. Put it on your calendar and
Yeah.
dedicate that whole weekend to getting ready for the holidays.
I'm seeing so many of our friends who say they just got their fall ticket or they're just
Yes.
getting ready to purchase it. So I'm super excited. As you guys know, it's going to be another fun weekend.
Exactly.
We love these. I love the repeat people
Yes.
that come because once you attend one and just get to experience the whole thing,
Yes.
it's sort of addicting.
Yeah.
You don't want to miss out on the other ones.
We have a friend, Sherry Given, who has been with us for so many amazing summits. We absolutely love her. The first summit we ever had, I believe it was the first. Tell me if I'm wrong, Sherry. Her husband, it was her birthday weekend. Her husband made her a cake during the summit. catered to her hand and foot. They were so adorable. She posted pictures in the Facebook group.
That's adorable.
Yeah, we love seeing your setup too for Summit weekends and your crop at home. So let us know.
If we got a Summit pass, did it include the Fall Summit?
It sure did, of course. So our Summit passports, a lot of you may be saying, Tanner, what's a Summit passport? These people got these. We didn't hear about it throughout the year. We may have just found you in February, March, April, whenever. The Summit passport comes out around October, the Fall Summit, and we offer it up until, for the best deal at least, we offer it until Christmas usually. So that is our Summit passport. You buy 2 Summits and you get a 3rd Summit free.
What? I didn't even know it was that way.
You didn't?
No, I didn't know. That's crazy.
It's some crazy savings. It's some crazy savings. So if you're like, I want to get in for that awesome deal, you have to be probably at the Fall Summit to get the best deal, because as you all are seeing, like with Design Make Sell discounts, with year membership discount, with fall discount, you could probably make back your money in just savings that we offer here at Summit, because you all are attending. We just like to give, we don't get to do these intimate, small sessions too often, so we're really excited. So yes, Lori's already enrolled. She has her passport, and yes, the Fall Summit is October 3rd and 4th. Great questions. We love our Fall Summit. It's a really great one. And if you want to attend and jump in on Design Make Sell, it's $100 off for all our Summit attendees.
Yes, and we've had so many people enroll.
Yeah.
I'm so excited to see what you guys think when you have time to look through the classes and everything. Remember, if you are a pro tier member, then you do have access to
all the bonuses.
All the bonuses, including the private Facebook group. So make sure that you go and request to join that.
Yes.
You'll be approved once they confirm that you are a pro tier member. And it's just a great place to, chit chat back and forth about the classes, ask any questions that you have.
The Facebook groups where you get additional training,
Yes.
and you just ask her stuff, and we just kind of we've had people ask for additional training on shipping, trying to streamline shipping. You have got some design things that you're going to be adding to
I'm
there.
excited about that.
The photography bonus is so good, because that's like something that people, have been asking for since even before you joined the team, was help with photography. So we're so glad that that's in there. Lori's been to every single summit.
Somebody
Georgie
else had
says
said that.
passport baby, only way to go.
Jennifer,
oh, we love you all so much, and I love it. Oh,
Anita says you give me such a case of FOMO, and I love that.
Anita also said she loaded up the passport at Black Friday. So good. And guys, we will be doing the Black Friday event again. So we're going.
Oh, it's gonna be so
let
much
us know.
fun.
Yeah, let us know here in the comments if there's anything that you want to see at the Black Friday event. I love it, and I think, Becca, I didn't think about this. What's Black Friday gonna look like? Social distance.
Oh.
Right? Also, I have such a beef with Walmart
I
and
hate Black
Target.
Friday shopping, so I don't care. I hate it.
love Black Friday shopping.
No.
It is it's a holiday to me. And this
No,
past
it worries
year,
me that you love it that much.
the past year, Sherry, you can grab the Facebook group link. It's private on the course page. And yes, we are redoing the course page to give you guys better success. Be excited. But what I want to say, there was no deals. Target, I spent I was so upset leaving Walmart this year because there was nothing.
Well, the problem is they give you all this hype for the big screen TV that's $200, but there's only one and everyone's fighting over it. And is it really worth it? And then they get you in there and you're already committed to buying things, spending your money, whatever. And it doesn't even matter.
It doesn't. It really does not. And
what
it's
is the
really,
pro tier of Design Make Sell?
Design Make Sell Pro tier has literally everything you need and then some. The bonuses, I highly recommend checking out the sales page, because what you're getting is both programs, the design components and the selling components videos. You're getting both workbooks. You're getting the photography bonus. You're getting the Facebook group bonus. You're getting a few other selling bonuses. Seriously, check out the sales page, just because the $100 off is for the pro tier. So you can use DMS, Design Make Sell, so it's abbreviated. So DMS 100 is so good, and everyone loves it. So there's over 500 students enrolled in Design Make Sell, and people have been loving it. People have been increasing their sales on Etsy, Facebook, just their overall presence of selling, laying those foundations, which are really good. And people are diving into designing too. So a lot of great success over there. People love Cyber Monday. just registered for the fall summit. Yay!
I prefer to be at
Cheryl.
MGL instead of shopping. Me too.
That's what I
Adrian.
was saying. Like, it's gonna be so good to have even more people.
But we're so excited. Like we're kind of planning that this weekend. Just some like details about Black Friday and oh my goodness, like I joined Makers Gonna Learn right before Black Friday, so I didn't really even know what to expect. It was my first time live with you guys.
We had been talking about you for weeks.
First time live with you guys, so it was a little nerve-wracking, but you were amazing as always. And I'm just so excited for what we're doing this year. It's going to be a really good time.
Pro Tier has my most popular frame course as a bonus.
Oh, yeah.
It's that course as $100 value in itself.
Yes.
Not even counting Becca's photography course, and
which I think we would value it around
like
$100.
Yeah,
at least.
yeah. I think it's valued at like $197.
Okay.
So it's I mean, there's a lot of tips. You have too many tips. So we love it. But yes, it is so much fun, and we love the crafting element on Black Friday because we finally don't have to have guilt past Thanksgiving.
Yeah, that's the thing.
It's a
We're
great
trying to
transition.
decide how much we want, because we have some fun new segments that we want to incorporate, but also we want to craft too. So we're trying to decide like what's the happy medium for that. Do you guys want to see some more like decor design elements as well as crafting? Like, we just want to make it like
Remember
the best
my
day ever
printer?
for you.
My printer just stopped. That was probably my favorite.
It was very
thing.
glitchy. He was supposed to do like an hour worth of crafting to see how many crafts he could do in 1 hour, and then it just like what is it, second or third craft, and it was like all downhill from there. But it was still a good time.
It was a great time.
Yeah.
Great time. It was great. The frame Vanessa says the frame class just sold me. Guys, seriously, $100 off for you. You're getting a ton of bonuses, and you're getting training. Like some people signed up for it and they're like, wait, where's the cricketing element? Guys, you get the cricketing element in the membership. You're getting the Cricut element every day on YouTube here at the summit. This is teaching things that we just don't ever have the bandwidth to do.
Well, and the cool thing, in my opinion, about the entire thing is, yes, you could find all this information in tons of different places, but you have to search for it. You have to know, like, if it's reputable, if it's, like, good information. And generally, when you're searching for those things, it's just the business part, or it's just the design part, or just the sell part. And this is, like, your one-stop shop for everything.
And to expand,
it's all there for you.
The biggest thing, because I've gotten emails to ask some pretty hard-hitting questions. This is an investment. Like, Design Excel is an investment. Here's the deal. Like, yes, it's condensed, the designing and the selling portion, but nothing's catered to die-cutting enthusiasts on the internet. It's random graphic designers that could be doing all kinds of different things that isn't even applicable to design like what we do. This is very targeted and very niche down for us. So we love it. Oh, Rebecca says, I've lost count of how many times I've used the frame class. Guys, we love the frames.
For sure.
So much more affordable than going to Hobby Lobby and spending $40.
Well, way more customizable. I mean, you have this idea in your head of a size of a project that you want, and then you go to the store and can't find what you want. So make it yourself.
Becca, you could sell swampland in Arizona right now.
Which is funny because I do not consider myself a salesperson at all. I love that. Thank you.
That's such a compliment. I love
I'm
that.
getting a raise.
I love it. I love it. I love
so
it.
Fun.
Yes. Okay. But our next class, let's talk about it. First of all, congratulations, Vanessa Lewis. Also, Vanessa, it sounds like you need Design Make Sell. So, just saying.
Yeah.
And then I love it. But our next class is going to be a good one. It's going to be with our resident woodworker, Rachel Langston. We're so excited to see you guys build this amazing game. This is something you're going to definitely want to do. Get your spouses involved. Get whoever you want to kind of build something with you involved. There's a few cricketing elements, but this is one of those ones that you're really going to have to get a little pushed to head to the home improvement store, pick up some pieces, and get really excited. But heck, you may have some pieces to
But if they were
build.
to purchase this set, like on
120,
at
160.
least, and this is customized, so
yeah. So it's going to match whatever decor you need, colors you want. And these are great to have at parties and just across the board, really awesome. So we're really excited. You could sell snow to an Eskimo. Love her. Oh.
Those are the cutest.
I love it. This is so good. But yes, get excited. We will see you back after Rachel's class. Take some notes on this one, y'all. It's going to be a good one, and we cannot wait to see you afterwards. So see you after. Bye.
Welcome to the Summer Summit. I hope that you all are already having an amazing time. Today, as you can probably tell by the massive things on this table, I'm going to be sharing with you guys how to make a set of really adorable beanbag toss games. So these are so cute. I cannot wait to get into all the details with you and share with you everything you need to know about these amazing boards. They're so fun and vibrant, and if you can see the shine on the camera, that's the amazing polyacrylic that we finished them off with just to give them that professional finish and that lifelong seal. I can't wait to dive into this tutorial. They ended up amazing. They look incredible. Do forgive us because I know our mic is in the shot, but I wanted to get these bad boys in all their glory in here for the intro, so I really wanted to show them off. So I hope that you guys do not mind that. We do apologize. But if you guys are super excited and ready to dive into seeing all these boards and how they're made and the supplies needed to make them, go ahead and keep watching. Okay everyone, here we are in Design Space. Now, this is going to be a little bit tedious, but I want to tell you guys why we went this route, because as you can see here, we do have both of our boards here, Team Pink and Team Yellow. We have all of our circles in here. We have all of our fonts in here, all of our little numbers there, as you can see. And I wanted to show you some things that I did in the beginning that I want to advise you all not to do, something that you just don't have to do if you don't want to. All in all, the big lecture here is just to take your time and don't stress out about it being perfect in Design Space as it is in real life, because these are simple things that you're placing on your board. The hardest part is measuring out the circles physically on your board. Measuring them out here is just not necessary unless you just want to do that, or if you want to do that after they have been measured on your board so that you can properly size them here in Design Space. The most important thing is that you have the spacing evenly, so you know that, okay, I can't make this 50 gigantic because, you know, then it'll just take up too much room, or I can't make Team Yellow and 100 be too large, or else we won't have any space for my 100 above my top circle here, my top cutout on your boards. So on this board over here, these circles are spaced out in the exact dimensions that they are on my physical board. So if I go over here to my layers panel, I do have some layers hidden here. Let me find them. I have some squares hidden that were very helpful for me. Okay, here's a square that I've hidden. Here's a square I've hidden, and here's one I've hidden. Now I'll explain these squares to you now. What I did here is, on this bottom square that's selected down here, I measured from the very bottom of my board to my hole, my last row of my holes here, and it was exactly 5 inches. So I got a square, placed it to 5 inches, and then sat it close to the edge on that board there. And then what I'll do is hold down my shift key and then go down in my layers panel here and see where my square is. Okay, so I click my square, and that's the wrong square. I want to click my other square. I'm going to hide that square now. There's my square. So I'm going to click this square and then go down here and press and hold my shift key and click that square, and now I have both of these layers selected. Now I'm going to go to align and align bottom, and as you can see right there, back up if you didn't see it the first time, my square aligned perfectly to the bottom of my board, and that is where I wanted to place my row of circles here. So that's exactly what I did. And then also, this was a super important thing that I did as well to make sure that this was exactly the width apart that I needed. So I have this guy and this guy here. So I measured my rows here. So this last row, I measured from this edge all the way over to this edge, and it was 19¼ inches. So this is what I did for this, guys. Make sure you're paying attention. This is a great tool if you want to be this precise about it, although I promise you, you don't have to be. I just wanted to share with you the method to my madness if you ever wanted to. So I took my circle here and placed it right there, and I'll go ahead and scooch us in so you guys can see this a little bit better. And I clicked our circle, held down the shift, and clicked our square as well, went to align, and aligned left. And as you can see, it just touched that left corner right there. So now what I'm gonna do is go out here and get my other circle. And I'm gonna bring this one over here. You guys probably can sense the theme here. So I clicked this circle and the square. Now I'm gonna go to align and align right. And you can see that clicked right into place right there. So now I have these squares, or excuse me, these circles aligned on this square exactly the width apart that they are on my board. And now you can take this, you can erase it, you don't really need that anymore. And now you can bring this circle on in, select all of these, and click distribute horizontally. And all that will do is click that middle one in between all of these three, and we know that on the board that middle one is in fact in between all those three perfectly. And then we're going to attach that and go ahead and bring that out, and then that is how we got the measurement for these. Look how perfect that fits. It's just the exact measurement that we have for ours. So 5 up, 19 1/4 across. For our second row, we repeated that same step with this here. So we did the same exact thing with the align tool, just like we did with that third one for our second row, and that's how we got our second row to be like that. But then you're probably wondering, okay, well then how far apart are the rows here? Well, I measured that as well, and it was 4.5. So if I take this square and set it right here, that's 4.5 perfectly. So I know that that is exactly how far away that should be from each other, is 4.5 inches. So you can just like lay this around, just set it right here, change it to a different color if that helps you a little bit. And that is how I made sure that my layers were the same width apart between each other. So that's a really great tip as well. And then up here at the top is my 7.5 inch square, because just like we did here at the bottom, I measured the very top of my board to the measurement of the first hole, and it was 7.5 inches, which is a lot smaller than what I thought we had over here, which was, let me go ahead and hold that there and unlock this and show you guys what I thought I had. This was a whopping like 10 inches. So we were a little bit off here. We had 7.5 inches. So we went in there after we measured all of this out. Of course, after we did that as well, we went through and attached all of these circles just so we had them in the correct spot, just for visualization purposes, guys. And then we got to take our font, which is Lemon Drop. We're going to click a text box here, and we're going to go to System Fonts over here, Lemon Drop, just like that. Good. And Team Yellow. There we go. Got that. And then I'll show you what I did here for this. I'll duplicate this over here, and then I'll unhide our square over here that we've been showing you guys what we're doing with. So here's that right there. Here's these right here. I'm not going to make this one as precise as the other because I'm just kind of showing you guys my process here. Go ahead and go back and get another text box, and we're just going to do the bottom row here. So we're going to type out 25. Then I'm just going to click off of it and go to another text box really quick. 25. Click off, get another text box, and 25. Good. Now I'm going to have to move this guy up to get this 25 here, and then bring these over here, and I'm going to size them up a little bit, just like that. And I'm going to move that back down just so it's not bugging everybody's OCD there. And those are a tad big, so we're just going to, again, whoops, it's only getting one, so I'm going to go back. The reason for this is I want all of these to be even. I don't want to have any of them different sizes or anything, so that looks about right. So now I'm just going to drag them here. And once they're up like next to your shape here, you're going to have some trouble sliding each individual one because it's going to think that you're selecting a different layer, things like that. It can be tricky, but just you know, eyeballing it, go ahead and place these in what you think is the middle. Oh guys, my mouse is killing me. Sorry guys. Go ahead and place these in what you think is the center here of your circles, and then you can take it, hold down shift, hold shift, hold shift, hold shift, perfect. Go to align, and we're just going to, where's that button I want? Where's that button? center vertically. Here we go. We're just going to center those vertically, and I'm going to use my arrow keys down a little bit, and that looks pretty good. So I'm just going to click attach, just like that. And you can see those are pretty darn in the center there. They look really good. So yeah, that's exactly what we did for that row and for the 50. And then for the 100, I'll go ahead and share with you what I did there. 100. So in a perfect world, 100 would be in the center of Team Yellow. So up here, I'm going to actually drag this entire thing and use my arrow keys to bring it down a bit, just so as I'm clicking, you guys can see what I'm doing, because that little bar shows up here that's quite annoying. So I'm going to click this here, and if I wanted to make this stretch from one end to the other, it's going to be a bit too big for us here, and we wouldn't have a ton of room for our 100. So I'm just going to size that down a little bit, and then I'm going to unlock it and just make it a little squattier, just a little bit like that. You can still kind of see it and all that. And then I'm actually going to ungroup it because, okay, you can go down there. I'm going to take this, one more try there, and attach that word together, and attach that word together, and then attach that. And that way I can kind of take these and get some more space in between those words that we didn't have before. Now I'm going to take both of those and attach, perfect, and bring this back in here, perfect. And now I want this to be in the center, so I'm going to come down here and select that shape. Then I'm going to come back up here, hold down shift and select that as well, which will select my Team Yellow there. Go up to align and align center horizontally, and you can see it just kind of boop shifted over just a little bit. And now I'm going to go and find my 100. Actually, I'm just going to click my 100, perfect. Then go all the way up, shift, click this attached, here we go. Align center horizontally, push that over for me, and attach. And now you kind of know where our circles are supposed to be, which is probably more over that way a little bit, which means we could take these, our little 25s, and just push them over a little bit. But we know that this is just for visualization, and that in design space they're actually even, which is fine. So I took that and attached all that, so that will cut out as one layer, our 25s will cut out as one layer, and our 50s will cut out as one layer. So I'll go ahead and duplicate those, and that is basically the gist of it, okay? And then don't forget, over here we did have our square measurements on how far our how far in between we had from the bottom of our board to the bottom of our circles and things like that. But let me just go ahead and tell you, if you have the correct width apart, that's fine. You can still have your 25s, or you can just separately place them all. The only reason why we wanted to place them in one row is because it's just more pleasing to the eye if they're perfectly straight, and it's a little bit harder to be perfectly straight when you're placing them all separately. But again, it's just something that you could do if you wanted to, or you can place them all separately, whatever you would rather do. We just wanted to make sure we had enough room up here for all of our all this good stuff. If we had went ahead and just cut it just like this Team Pink up here, we would be sorely disappointed, as nothing else would fit correctly. We would have had to recut all that and waste time. So moral of the story, guys, size in design space, design in design space after you've cut on your boards, after you have precise dimensions or more precise dimensions to be able to place in here. It's just a lot easier. So I hope that made sense. I'm sorry this was quite a long process, but it really needed to be done. So if you guys have everything correct, you will have cut out a Team Yellow and a Team Pink in this exact format. So not this format, this is the one that I was showing you that I did before I cut my boards, and then this was the one after I cut my boards. And again, even then it wasn't perfect. I had to detach some layers, I had to do it by hand here and there, and that's okay. So that is how we created these in Design Space. We used the Lemon Drop font, and this actually is a really easy process. It all cuts out on one sheet of 12 by 24 vinyl, which is amazing. So I'll go ahead and show you now. If you just click make it. Oh, and yeah, I can't cut it like this. So I'm going to go ahead and hide that and take these layers and hide those layers. And then you would basically, all you have to have is a team pink, and I meant to attach these back. So I'm going to attach those here. And basically you just want to duplicate these. So you can just duplicate, and then up here you would just have another one that said Team Pink 100 in the same dimensions as this. And then if you click make it, one board per one sheet of vinyl, which is awesome. So all of this cuts out on one sheet. You can see the 25s there, our Team Yellow 100, down at the bottom we have our 50. So it's all really well organized here on one sheet of 12 by 24 vinyl. So 2 sheets and you have a set of boards, which is amazing. Make sure you have these on your settings correctly. Set it to vinyl. If your blade is older, give it more pressure. You guys know the drill, and then you're good to go. Go ahead and cut those, weed those, and add some transfer tape, and then we will be back. Okay guys, so for this very first part, as I mentioned before, I'm just going to kind of go over the supplies as we use them so it's not so overwhelming for you guys. And of course these are also in the massive supply list with links and everything for you all. But for this particular set of steps, you're going to need your board, which was cut at 36 inches by 24 inches. And this is just a 1/2 inch plywood. We actually had the nice folks over at Home Depot cut it for us, so we didn't even have to cut this. So that's what we're gonna need wood wise. And then we also need some cardstock, a pencil, a measuring tape. We're using our Cricut one, but you guys can use whatever you have. And then also this, guys, is like the key to measuring this, at least for me, because you guys know I really do not like math and I have trouble with it. I love this acrylic ruler. It's great. It's 6 inches by 24, I think, 24 inches. And this thing's great. I love this. It like literally fits perfect on our board here. So yeah, it is 24 inches. And it makes measuring this a breeze. Now, what you're going to want to do first is go over to your Cricut. The reason why I'm not showing you all how to do this is because it is so simple. Take your cardstock here. I do recommend it to be a little bit thicker because what we're doing here is I'm going to have you all go over to Design Space and cut out 6 5-inch circles out of your cardstock. Easy peasy. You all can do it in your sleep, so go ahead and do that. If you are crafting along with us, I'll give you some time. You can go ahead and do that while we talk through these other steps here. But the reason why we want it pretty thick is because when we take our pencil and we draw around our circle, if it's like copy paper or, you know, regular printer paper that's like 10-20 pound, then you're not going to get a great circle. Your pencil's going to slide into the paper a lot. But if it's a really good heavy cardstock, it's kind of like lifted enough, it has enough dimension, enough you know, depth and weight to it that pencil's going to go around it really cleanly, and you know, the circle's going to be precisely where we want it. So here we have 120 pound cardstock, super thick cardstock. Go ahead and cut those out. And then they just look like this. They're just little white 5-inch circles is all that we did. And we want 6 of them. I'm a very visual learner, so you could do this one at a time, but I really wanted to have 6 so I could kind of see it all come together. And also, guys, just a PSA, like a lot of things in crafting, there are so many ways to do this. You will have success if you find your own way to measure this guy out. This, what I'm going to show you, is just one of many ways you can do it. I'm sure there are easier ways. You guys know I hate math. I'm not good at math, but this was the way that I was able to space these and size them all correctly and evenly in my own way. So again, do this however you want to. If you don't like my method, feel free to do it how you want to. I'm just going to show you my method so that if you guys have any questions or anything like that, it's a lot easier for you all to just kind of see how I did it and then go from there. So we're going to go ahead and start. And again, we have all this room to work with. And as you've seen in Design Space, how we kind of built this out, you can see that I really wanted to be able to visualize where everything was going, which was super important to me. So we already know kind of how we want it to look. We know we have a little bit of, you know, space here and then more space at the top for our big Team Pink, Team Yellow, whichever board that we're doing. So that's what we're going to do today. And the first thing we're going to do is take our ruler and we're going to measure 5 inches. So now I'm just gonna get pretty picky with it and make sure everything's all lined up with this guy. And that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 5 inches. So we have another inch hanging off down here. And now we want to take 3 of our circles. I'm gonna take these 3. There we go. So we have these here now. And the easiest thing for me to do is to measure the sides like this. I want about 2.5 inches on each side hanging down. So you're just going to kind of scoot this around here, and that, if you guys can see, is exactly 2.5 inches there. So I'm just going to leave my circle there, make sure it's kind of pushed down against that acrylic ruler there. Then I'm going to come right over here to this side and do the same thing. I want it to be at 2.5. I'm going to push it down, and right now it is at 2.5, just precisely. So that's perfect. So I'm going to push that down and make sure that's good and flush with that acrylic ruler. And now I'm kind of going to disregard this one for right now. This one doesn't even count. And now, since I know that these are super even, 2.5 inches on that side, 2.5 on that side, I'm going to just hold it down with my hands, and I'm going to kind of claw it. So you can see my thumbs over here. I just have all my fingers around. And now I'm going to just move that ruler out just a little bit and get my pencil here and just trace around. Just doing little sections at a time, making sure that you have kind of your pinky or one of your fingers close to where you're tracing, so that you'll have a good crisp trace and it won't go underneath the paper accidentally or anything like that. So once that one is traced, you can go ahead and pick it up, and you can see that beautiful trace there. And now I'm just going to scoot the ruler back up, make sure everything is all lined up right where I want it. Just like that. Looks great. Now this is scooted over just a little bit, so I'm going to scoot it back down and then get my ruler again. Make sure there's 2.5 inches. Perfect. Claw it just like that. Move my ruler and trace. You guys can kind of see what I'm doing. In my mind, with how bad I am at math, this was the least complicated way for me to make sure I had everything measured out properly, was just to do it in kind of small, easy sections like this. And it worked out really well for us. Everything is super measured out and super precise. So yeah, this is just one way you guys can do it if you'd like. Now I'm going to just kind of, measure that up again. And I'm going to bring this guy down. And now, instead of 2.5 inches, I want 2 inches in between these. So I laid this down. That looks about right. And that's a little short, so I'm going to scoot this back over. And that's exactly right at 2 inches. And that's right at 2 inches. Perfect, guys. Okay, so again, I'm going to move that ruler now. Sorry if I'm in the shot, guys. I got to see where my pencil's going. Perfect. Okay, now pick this up. Look how awesome. Like, that was easy, guys. Everything is measured out. This is super precise. It's great. So that was pretty much the easy part. Now you might be thinking, okay, well, what do I do now? So we, like you saw in the design space portion, we're just going to kind of stack it up. And while the dimensions are not as specific in design space as they are here, that was purely kind of to visualize everything and all that good stuff. So we have a general idea of where we want these. So now we want 2 right here, and then ultimately 1 up here. So for the next 2, what we're going to do with our acrylic ruler is bring it up, and we want 4 inches above where our holes are right now, our circles. So you can see 1, 2, 3, 4 inches, and I'm kind of making this pencil, the little outlines here, a guide. So that's what I'm going to even up. So as you can see, right here is the very top of that circle, and I'm just lining that up on all points of my ruler here to make sure that it's good and even for me. And it is. This is really, really good and straight. So now, right now I'm going to bring in 2 more circles. So 2 more circles. I just really like to visualize it. And you guys, the reason I asked you to go ahead and cut 6 is so that you can kind of look at it and play with it and everything like that. But we only use a max of 3 at a time. But just go ahead and cut them just in case anything happens. Just better safe than sorry. And now we're gonna line up our circles here with these circles. We want this circle, the second row, to be in the middle of the little gaps in the very first row. I hope that makes sense. So our goal here right now is to make this gonna be perfectly straight and even with the little gap here. So if we come down here and we measure our gap, we know there's 2 inches in that gap there. So we know the center is going to be at the 1 inch mark between 0 inches and 2 inches. And I can also see, if I can bring the camera in a little bit, I will show you guys. I'm going to move this around just to show you really quick. If you can see here, that 1 mark is also lined up with the middle of this middle mark in the inches on our acrylic ruler here. So if I just slide this up, you can see that matches right up with this little line. So if I follow this line, let me take my ruler or my pencil so it's easier to show you. If I follow this line all the way up, I see that it's right here. So this is our middle line here. So I can bring this up and show you our middle line. We know it's at the 1 point right there. So if I just scoot this on up, we can see that right there is the middle line that we're going to try and make the center of our circle in. So the most important thing to do is just make sure you're paying attention and going slow and looking at the ruler. Again, I'm sure there's better, easier ways to do this. I'm going to bring this in a little bit over here and make sure this is all level. And now I'm going to bring my middle mark. My middle mark is right here. And what I like to do too is hold my pencil right in that middle mark right there. And I know it sounds crazy, guys, but this kind of helps me see if my circle is actually in the middle or not. So I'm just kind of just looking and seeing if it's in the middle. Now I do have to say as well, it does not have to be 1,000,000% right on the money. Like if you're a millimeter off, guys, I promise when you get out that jigsaw, it's not gonna matter. It's gonna be totally fine, okay? So like this looks pretty darn good to me. If I go ahead and measure that mark here, that mark's right there, that 1 inch mark right in the middle, and that looks really centered to me. So just because I don't want to overthink it, because it can be so easy to do something like this, I'm just going to go for it as we have measured it right then. Just going to go for it. Perfect. Take that off. Perfect. Okay. Now we're going to do the exact same thing over on the other side. I'm going to bring my measurements back up here, make sure they're all even again. They look pretty darn even. And my 1 inch mark is in the middle right here. So I'm just going to take my pencil and hold my pencil right in the center of that middle mark. I can see this is not quite centered. And for some reason, this pencil is just easier for me to center my circle than anything else, just because it's easier to see like, oh, well, this half of the circle looks like it has more, or that half, or, you know, whatever you think. So this looks good. I'm not going to overthink it. I'm going to hold it down, move that, and mark it. Perfect. Remove that. Awesome. So guys, we have 2 rows done. Let me go ahead and widen out that camera so you can see. Look how good these look. 2 really well measured little sections here of our circles that we're going to cut out. I know some of you people that are great at math are probably like, oh, Rachel, honey, what are you doing? But again, it's what works for me. I know it seems super complicated, but it's what works. And I could understand this easily, and I felt like I could teach this easily. So yeah, that's just how I did it. So the reason why there is a lot of room here in between is because, again, like you saw in Design Space, we're going to have numbers here, little scores for if you get your beanbag in here. So the bottom row is 25 points. So there's going to be 3 number 25s all down here on the top of these circles. And up here, there's going to be 50s. And then up here at the top, there's going to be 100. So we're going to do the same thing again. Just go ahead and push this on up. And now, since there's not 3 points to measure, all I'm doing up here, I'll bring in the camera so you guys can see, is lining up like the very top line of that. So instead of it being in the middle at a point, like at one of the middles of the inches, I'm just kind of measuring to make sure that the very straight, like the straight line on our inch mark here, is just matched up with the very top of our circle there. So that's all that I'm doing there, guys. And once that's good and measured like that, we're going to just bring it on up and bring in another circle. Now, if I get our measuring tape, I can measure in between these two circles down here and see again that there is 2 inches between them, which is perfect, same as what was below there. So we know that we want them in the middle, which would be at the 1 inch mark. So again, that 1 inch mark, instead of it being a little more complicated, it's super easy for us. It's this middle line right here. So we just have to line it up with that middle line since it's directly in the center of our 24-inch acrylic a ruler and our 24-inch board, which is 12. So we know 12 is directly in the center there. So again, I'm just gonna hold my pencil right here as I mess up my levelness here. I'm gonna fix that. But as I'm working with the top of the board, I'm kind of reaching a little bit far, if you guys could understand. So it's a little tricky for me here. So I'm just going to hold my pencil there right at the 12-inch mark. Here we go. Taking the pencil, measuring it. Great. There it is. Okay. That is done. I'm going to widen out this camera as much as I can and let you all see this. Look how pretty. Okay, so you can kind of see all of our little layers here. We have the 3 on the bottom, 2 in the 1. They are all very well measured. A measuring tape fell on the floor, but if I take this and measure, it should be around 9-ish inches. So yeah, so I've got 9.5 there and 9.5 there. Guys, I mean, this, I know that it was a very silly way to measure, but guys, it looks really, really good. So once you have this done, you're gonna have to move on with your jigsaw. So I'm gonna go ahead and show you guys all of the supplies that you will need for that part of the next steps, which is to cut these circles out. A couple things that I can't show you are sawhorses, which are just a little bit too big to be in the shot. Or if you guys have, you know, anything where you can cut wood on, you know, you can stack up some bricks or some cinder blocks, just something, because it's not like we're cutting out, you know, something on like a, you know, a circular saw. Like, we're cutting this out, so we need it to set on something that we're not going to cut what's underneath it. So make sure that you have a sawhorse or something like that that you can cut on, and then I'll go get the rest of our supplies. All right, so here we have a jigsaw here, so you can use whatever type of jigsaw you have. I did link one that was very cheap and really well reviewed on Amazon. This is just a Craftsman that we have here that we used. And then before you can do this, you're also going to need a drill, because since we're wanting to cut out these perfect circles, you have to have somewhere to put your blade here. So we just have a drill here with a bit that is a little bit larger than the blade of your jigsaw. That's why I'm not going to link one in the comments or whatever, because you might need a different size depending on your jigsaw. So just make sure that your bit is larger just a little bit than your jigsaw. And then what you'll do with that is you'll just take it and you'll just drill a hole in your circles here that you have traced, just close to the edge, not super close. Really all you need is to get that blade in there and then be able to kind of go around and you know, saw them well. So that's what we did first, is you take your drill and just, you know, drill a little hole, just one in each of your little trace circles here. And then you'll go in with your jigsaw again on some sawhorses, and wherever you had those little circles that you drilled out with your drill, you'll just stick your little jigsaw in there and just work slowly. Wear some eye protection and some ear protection if you're not you know, if you're sensitive to that sort of thing. You can be outside if you want to be, whatever you'd like to do, and just get close and go very, very slow and just cut around there. And guys, I'm going to be honest, I don't work very well with jigsaws, or not very well. I don't work very much with jigsaws, and I'm not very good at it. So my circles are not perfect circles. I am about to bring in a piece of wood in here that I have already cut circles out of, and you guys are probably gonna make fun of me, but I just don't work with jigsaws that much. But whenever we get them wood filled and painted and everything, you're really not going to notice, and I'm telling you guys, it just adds character. These are probably just going to be made for your family or for your camping trips, or you know, for your kiddos or something like that, to blow off some summer steam outside. So they do not have to be perfect. So I do not want you guys to start fretting about these if they do not look amazing, because really it's totally fine. So that's just a little PSA there. You're just going to go through there and very slowly saw around there. Guys, it was really not that bad. Like, to work with this, it doesn't take a lot of manpower. You don't have to, it's not a heavy, you know, it's not a heavy tool, and you don't have to, you know, really get in there with a bunch of strength. All it is being patient and making sure that you're staying on your traced line. That's honestly the hardest part of it. That's the hardest part. So once you have those cut, you're going to have a mess. So you can take a few minutes and sweep up that mess that you've made with all that sawdust and those wood rounds that fell into the floor as you were chopping them off with this amazing little jigsaw here. Once that's done, your instinct might be to start painting it, but we urge you not to, because it is going to look a little bit rough around the edges, especially if you don't use a jigsaw very much like I don't. I had some wood stripping and things like that, which we are going to talk about. I'm going to show you, of course, and we're going to be able to go in and fix that. So after you cut them, we urge you to go ahead either with a sanding block or a, you know, electric sander, whatever you have, whatever you prefer to use. You're going to want to sand the entire front, inside the holes that you've done. You can even sand around the edges up here. You can sand the back if you want to. We just really recommend sanding everything. It's really just going to make it easier to paint, easier to be able to put our little wood putty on here, because then you'll have to do a little bit of sanding after that, but it's really just going to help if everything is nice and smooth. Whether you want to put HTV or vinyl on there, you want to make sure it's going to stick well. So that's definitely something to think about. Oh goodness, guys. So this is the one that I have went ahead and pre-cut and sanded. Again, these are not perfect. Please do not come at me. I am not an expert. This was one of my very first times of using the miter saw. Trust me, I know. But it's okay. I get better. Practice makes perfect. So as you can see, there's a couple of little things here and there, but overall, I think it's fine. It's definitely going to serve the purpose, and that is all that we're about today. So the first thing after you sand it that you want to do is wipe it off. So I didn't mention this or anything just because it's kind of a no-brainer. Get a wet wash rag, washcloth that you don't care, you know, something out in the shop or out in the garage that you can get a little bit dirty. And after you're done sanding this, wipe it down. Get it super, just a little bit moist, you know, and wring it out, and then just kind of wipe this guy down. That's going to get all that sawdust off of there and make it easier to work with. So as you can see, down here is a good example. I just have some sections where my saw just kind of chewed through the wood here, and while I can paint over this, it's going to camouflage it fine. I wanted to do a little bit more than that, so I'm going to go in with some wood filler, plastic wood, whatever you want to call it. I'm sure you probably have some at your house. There's a ton of it here, and I am actually just going to use my fingers. It's usually just the easiest thing for me to use here, and I'm just going to get a little bit of it here and just fill in this gap. So you can see I'm just filling this in. And guys, you can use a tool. There are tools made specifically for this, but I like to feel it. I like to feel of it and make sure that I'm really getting in there, getting in those little grooves, and that's just how I like to do it. So it looks good to me, feels good, and just go through there. And it's okay if you've got a little bit more, like it's kind of, you know, it creates a little bit of dimension there. That's totally fine, because we're going to have to sand these down just a little bit after they dry and cure anyways. So that's totally fine. Don't even worry about that. Just going to keep applying here. And since I sanded so well, there's not really going to be any splinters, so I'm not worried about like hurting my finger or anything like that. So once you have these filled in, go ahead and let these dry. And then once they're dry, you can sand them and start painting them. And of course, we'll be back for that process. All right, guys, and while that wood filler dries, we can actually go ahead and make the supports for our boards, which is really exciting. It really makes us feel like we're not wasting any time or having any downtime. We're always able to keep creating this and keeping a good flow with our project. So for the wood that we have here, this is just 2x4s, and we have 2 of them that are cut at 36 inches, which is the length of our board, which is 36 inches, which is great. And then we have one that is 24 inches, and that is the width of our boards, and that is going to be like the brace on the very top back of our board. And then we have a little 16-inch piece of wood that's going to be the supports for our legs. That's going to help our legs to stay nice and secure. Along with that, we have 2 different size of screws. We have 1 3/4 inches, or excuse me, this is 2.5 inch. So we have 2.5 inch and then 1 3/4 inches screws. We also have the bit on our drill to fit those screws. And then we also have some hinges and some corner brackets. So we have these here are just from Home Depot. This is a 4-inch corner bracket and a 3-inch hinge here. And with that, they take a little Phillips head drill bit here. So we have our bits here to make sure we can size those whenever we open these up. So that we can go ahead and make sure that that is going to be super secure and ready to go. So for what I've been showing you, this is for one board. If you want to make the set, then of course go ahead and double this. Get 2 of everything you see here, or 2 sets, enough for 2 boards, you know, because 2 hinges is used for only 1 board. So you'll need 4 hinges, and then this is already a 2-pack, so you'll just need 2 packs of the 2 count. So, okay, we'll go ahead and assemble this. And I'll show you guys what I'm talking about. So I'm just going to move all this stuff to the side. We don't need this stuff right now. And I'm just going to show you how to kind of picture this. So the 24-inch board is going to go on the very top of our board. And just picture that our board is laying on the table here face down, so back facing up. This will go on the very top of our board there. And then we have our 2 longest pieces that are 36 inches. They're just going to go right like that over top of our board here. Make sure that's good and even. And then our little 16-inch piece. Now this extends further from the camera than you guys can see, so I'm just going to do it right here so that you guys can still see it. That is going to come in just like this on the very bottom to make sure that these legs that are extending are going to be secure. So up at the top here, we're going to have hinges that will hinge open and shut for our, or not at the top, at the bottom here, that we're going to have little hinges here that will allow our little stands to kind of fold with our boards for easy storage. And this guy is going to be down at the bottom, but we need to do this first. It's going to be easier to do because this is 16 inches, and while this was measured, it's just not 100% precise with our piece of wood, and we would hate to go ahead and drill our hinges in here and then have like a gap here where we'd have to like bend our wood in. So we're going to go ahead and do the bottom first. So here's the bottom of our board supports or board stands here, and we're going to take our corner brackets and we're just going to open these guys up and get all the hardware out and everything like that. And then we're just going to go ahead and find the drill bit that fits with these little Phillips head screws. So we're going to open up our little guy here and see this. We're going to see which one fits this guy the best. This one looks pretty good. It's not the best fit, so I'm going to put that one back. I think it's good to have options so you don't just kind of guess at it, you know. That's good and tight. Okay, so we have the one we need. Now we're going to get our drill and take that little bit out and place this bit in just like that. Great. And we're going to bring that back up level for us here. Make sure it's all pushed in correctly. Great. We're just going to work on one side at a time here. And I like to do one over here and one over here and then kind of do it that way. So I'm going to do the 2 inner ones first. And I'm actually going to go in there with my little screw first and pinch a little hole there. I forgot how beneficial it was to have like a starting little hole there when I was doing this. Perfect. And you don't have to do it super tight at first. You can always go back in there and re-tighten it later. And there we have the bottom, and now we can work on attaching this to the little top piece. Okay, so we're actually gonna go ahead and attach our utility hinges on here. So as you can see, I have our brackets facing us, and I also have our hinges laying flat just like they should. And then this is the way that you want to do this, because this is actually going to be the back of the wood. So I want all of this hinge and stuff to be on the back where you can't really see it. So we're just going to move down here, and I'm going to open up this hinge. And I'm sorry guys, but our camera, the way it is, if I move this over and get closer, then this half of our stand here is going to fall on the floor, and I just can't have that. So I'm just repeating the same process I was doing earlier and attaching these down with the screws that they come with. And now that we have those hinges done, we're just going to lay down our piece of wood here and flip those hinges open. And this right here is where we're going to attach our hinges. And right now, all I'm kind of doing is eyeballing it to see if these are going to be even or not on the sides. And then we'll just go through there just like we did the first time and secure these on there. Now be sure not to squeeze them too close together, because you do want to leave this hinge part open to be able to open and close. So that's what we want to do there. So we're just going to go ahead and line this up and make sure that hinge has that gap right there. And then we're just going to drill these into place. And now before you go ahead and secure the rest down, you can just test to see that it opens and shuts. And it does. It's opening and shutting just fine. So that is perfect. So now we can continue and go through there and just secure the rest of them down. And here's our finished frame here. You can just go ahead and close up these little hinges here. And this is the piece that you're gonna adhere, I keep saying adhere guys, I mean secure, to the back of your big board. So this will be flipped over, and this is going to be the front. So this is what it's going to lay on the back of our board. We're just going to place some screws along here to secure it onto our board, so that this can just kind of fold out easily, and we can just lay it on the grass and be able to prop up our boards properly to be able to play our awesome beanbag toss. So you can go ahead and repeat this process again for your other board. So you can go ahead and make this. You can have a set of them while that's still drying, and then we will come back and finally be able to sand down that wood putty and go ahead and start painting. And painting the back and the frame is optional. That's something you can choose to do if you want to, or you don't have to do. We will probably go ahead and paint all around here, just to make sure it's all good and consistent. So that would be another great thing to do while your wood putty is drying, is you could go ahead and assemble and paint these so that they're already done. All right, now that our wood filler has had time to dry, all we have to do is take our sanding block and go in there and just sand the excess off. This is a super easy step. It doesn't take that long, and all you want to do is keep sanding and then just kind of run your finger over it and see if it's smooth. And if it just feels a little bit raised, just keep sanding. And once you find your little smooth finish, then we're going to be good to go. So I'm going to just go all through here and very lightly sand this and keep feeling it and making sure that I have everything good and smooth and even. All right, now everything is good and smooth. I'm super happy with the results. Now the next thing we need to do is just to take a paper towel here and just kind of dust off our board. Now we're gonna go ahead and lay down a poster board or something to protect our table here. And we're just gonna lay down our board here on the table. And I have our paint here, and this is just some paint we picked up at Home Depot. This is the color that we chose, Ballerina Tutu. It is very, very pink. And then we also have a yellow paint that I will show you, which we have for our other board, but we're just going to show you how to do one board today. We also have a paint stir stick here. We have a can opener, a little paint can opener here, some gloves, and a paintbrush. It doesn't have to be the cream of the crop, best paintbrush ever, just something to be able to paint this well. You might also need a smaller brush to be able to get really well into the grooves here on the circle, and that's about it. So other than that, I'm going to go ahead and grab that yellow paint and show you the color of that too. It's also linked in your supplies, so don't forget about that as well, but I'll go grab that to show you all as well. And here is the yellow paint that we have. It's the same type here, and this one is called Squash Blossom. So this is just like a really pretty yellow, and pink here is what we have, what we bought here. Now you can use smaller cans of paint if you want to. We just went ahead and bought the quarts. It really wasn't that expensive for a quart at our local Home Depot, and I'm sure if you guys could find a good price. And also sometimes there are discounted sections in the paint where people have brought back colors they don't really love that they already bought and things like that, and maybe you could find some colors that you like that go well together there, and they're always super cheap. So the first thing we want to do now is go ahead and take all of our jewelry off. And make sure to glove up really well, and make sure your work surface is nice and protected here. And we're gonna go ahead and start painting. This is super exciting. I love this paint. I did use it on the back supports that we showed you how to build just a few minutes ago. I already painted those. And I do have to say, this pink, even though there's the same type of paint, the pink goes on, it seems to go on and have a lot more coverage than the yellow. So I probably will only have to do like 2 coats of this pink, but I'm probably gonna have to do 3 or 4 coats of the yellow. And everyone knows when you work with yellow paint, it's just so light that it's sometimes just kind of tricky to be able to, you know, use it and it cover as much as a very dark color like this hot pink. So that's just something to think about as well, although I just love the summer colors of pink and yellow, so that is why we chose ours. We're just going in here and mixing up this paint here with our paint stir stick. I recommend not skipping this step. You don't see us stir a whole lot here like our stain and things like that. A maker's gonna learn, but pre-mix paint like this that was white at one time that you just kind of, you know, add your dye to and all that, we really want to make sure we're mixing that up before we use it every time. Just gonna clean that off there and lay this to the side. And now we're just gonna start painting. So I'm just gonna put a little bit on my brush there and just start painting over here. And you can see how well that's going on. It looks great. We're gonna go in here in one of these circles now. And again, I have that poster board under our table here. So I'm just gonna go in here with my paintbrush. And again, I know I mentioned this, you guys can do the back of this board if you want to. We probably will, just to keep it all nice and one color and consistent, but you don't have to. Don't feel pressured to you know, do the back of the board if you don't want to, if you don't think that you will ever you know, need to see the back of the board, or if you don't have time, or if you don't have enough paint or something like that. It's not gonna make or break this project from being cute to, you know, not cute. So just whatever you have time for. And I can tell that sanding this board has helped tremendously with this paint go on smooth, and it's going to help in the long run whenever we put our vinyl on here for sure. Be sure to turn this guy over and get the edges and all of that too. Make sure you're not missing any spots and that you're just getting a good clean layer of paint here. And guys, I actually wanted to pop in here really quick and share with you a big tip that I wanted to give you as well. I know that I was struggling with this yellow paint, and I wanted to tell you guys that if you wanted to choose a light color like we had and you don't want to add so many coats, a great thing to do is to add a very light coat of white paint, kind of like a primer on your wood. So here you can see we've added a light coat of white paint here on our soon-to-be yellow beanbag toss board. And I also wanted to tell you guys that you have some options here. So on the pink board you saw us painting with a brush. in between here and all around, and you can totally do that, or you can use a mini roller. It just kind of depends on how much time you have, how meticulous you want to be, and things like that. Both are great options. Really just whichever one you're more comfortable with is totally fine. So for the pink one, since we did it with the paintbrush, I thought maybe we should do the yellow one with the roller, so you guys can just kind of see the difference here. Now it is faster, the coats are lighter, so you will have to apply more coats, but you can get into the grooves of the circles easy as well. So if we take this roller and we just roll this on, you can see how fast it's rolling and how well it's doing. Super smooth, super even coats here. And then on the sides, you can just lift it up and literally just start rolling on the sides just like that. Another, you know, good even coat like I was mentioning beforehand. And then for in those holes, all you have to do is hold it sideways and just kind of roll in the holes just like that. And that is super, super easy. So really it's just whichever one you'd like to do. But since I know that you guys are here and probably wondering, I wanted to give you all another option besides the paintbrush. So if you want to roll on your boards, you totally can. It's just personal preference. But I will highly recommend, if you do choose lighter colors for your boards, to add a coat of white paint. That really, really did help to kind of prime it and take this yellow so much better and so much faster. So just something to keep in mind. So I'm just going to continue to roll the paint onto my yellow board here and allow it to dry, and then I'll turn it over and do that side and all of that fun stuff, just like I said to do with your pink board. I just wanted to stop in really quick and share with you guys this other awesome option for painting your boards, and that little white paint tip and trick if you're using a lighter color. So I'll see you in just a bit. All right, guys, now your board should be good and dry. And what we're gonna do now is actually attach those mesh bags onto the back of the board to hold our little bean bags. And I'm going to show you these mesh bags in just a moment, but first I want to prep my table. So since the paint is dry now, I really don't want to scuff it up before we seal it or anything. So I have here just a little cloth, and this can be cotton or whatever you have. Just lay it down, something to kind of just protect the bean bag toss board here. So we're going to be able to lay it face down. So you just grab it wherever it's at and just be gentle and lay it face down. And now that you have it face down, let me show you the bags and what all you'll need for this step. So here are the little baggies that I was talking about. They are just kind of meshy material bags, and we did get these off of Amazon. They are linked in the supply list. But if you guys would like to go to Dollar Tree and find some butterfly nets or something like that, that is totally fine too. We just found these relatively cheap on Amazon, and what we have done is we have just cut them. So here is the ones that we're going to be using for our actual beanbag toss holes here, and we cut this at about 10 inches. To have the entire bag is just way too much, you know, of a bag, so we don't really need that. So that's all we needed to cut off right there. And we have 6 of them, of course, for our 6 holes here. So we have those, and then we also have our staple gun. So this is our Arrow Fastener staple gun. It's our favorite staple gun that we have, and we have a 1/4-inch staples in here. It's very important not to have staples that are thicker than your wood, of course, because then you'll have little staples poking out the front of your board, and we do not want that. So we have a 1/4-inch staples in here, and our wood is 1/2 inch. So I'm just going to remove all of these except for one bag and show you what we're going to do here. Now this is where the bag opens. So as you can see, it's much larger than our hole here. So what we're going to do to start out with is we're just going to fold it a little bit. Let me see if you guys can see that a little bit better. We're going to take it and we're just going to fold it over. So just fold it a little bit, make a little ruffle in there, and then we're just going to hold it right up at the top right there. Take our staple gun and staple that down. And that's perfect just like that. And I'll bring the camera in here so you guys can see a little bit closer. And we're gonna go all around the 4 corners first, and then we'll do kind of in the middle of those 4 corners and get everything nice and snug. So I just kind of folded it just like that again, laying it down. Perfect. How about here on the bottom? Just fold it a little bit and lay it down just like that. You don't have to staple super close to the hole. It really doesn't matter that much how close you are over there. And I got everything pretty snug over here, so we really don't need to do that much nipping and tucking over here. So I'm just gonna do it a bit looser, right like that. Perfect. And now you can go kind of in the middle of these corners, and you see there's like a gap here. We're just gonna kind of pull that in. 1, 2, perfect. Okay, so pull this just a little bit. You can see I'm just kind of pulling it up a little bit. Just like that, perfect. 2 here. Again, everything's pretty snug now. As you can see, nothing really needs to be folded. And you guys might find some that fit it perfectly that don't need to be folded, and that would be great as well, but these work really well. Okay, and there we have it. We have our little bag here, and all I'm gonna do is kind of fold that to the bottom there and go ahead and repeat this process. I'll do one more for you guys, and then you guys catch on so quickly. I'm sure you will be able to do this no problem. It's really easy. I really love using this staple gun as well because it's just easy to use. So staple that one, then move on to one of your sides here, just like that. Make sure you do have extra staples, because let me tell you, it is not very fun when you're in the middle of a project and you lose staples and you don't know, or not lose staples, but you run out of staples. Then you don't know where the rest of them are or anything like that. So always have some extra staples on hand. That will definitely help you guys out. Just pull it here. And guys, I'm happy that I painted the back of my boards. And also the framing. I just think it kind of looks more put together and finished, in my opinion. It's not something that you guys have to do, but if you want to, I think it really does make a difference. Perfect. These are looking great. And you might be thinking that I'm putting a lot of staples in here, but when you throw a beanbag in here 100 times over, you're going to stretch this material, and where you have it bunched up and kind of ruffled is actually the strongest points. So we just want to make sure we're reinforcing this entire thing so it's not going to go anywhere. Okay guys, so we have 2 down, 4 more to go. We're going to go ahead and do those really quick off camera, and then when we come back, we will be able to attach on that frame there, the stand, for you guys to see that on the back of this guy here. So that's what we're gonna do when we come back. I'm gonna go ahead and attach the rest of these little baggies to the back of this board here, and then we will see you in just a second. Okay, for this step, you're going to need your screws. These are the 1 3/4 inch screws here, and then we also have our drill back out with that little star tip on there that matches our screws. And we also cannot forget about our base. So this is what we're going to be placing right here. Just line that up here on the top. And once you have a place where you want it, we're just going to go in here, and we know that these screws are not going to go through both pieces of wood, which is really good, but we're also not going to screw them in super duper tight because we don't want to split any wood or anything like that. So we're just going to start here and add some screws. Just like that. We just really want to secure this really, really well. That one went in a little far. I'm hoping it didn't come out the front. Let's just check just in case. And that one did come through just a little bit. So I'm going to turn my drill on reverse and pull that little guy out of there. And I can just push that wood back in, and I'll show you in just a moment, but the damage is totally minimal. You just have to be careful not to get too carried away with these screws here. And now guys, I'm actually going to open up these hinges here, and add some screws down here underneath my hinges just for some extra support down there. And now that this is good and secure, we're just gonna go ahead and close these hinges back. Now I can show you right here, you probably can't even see it. Let me get super close and see if you can see it. But right here is where our nail came through, and I just pushed that down a little bit, and you can't even really see it. We're gonna have to seal this guy anyways. So what we're gonna need for that is some polyacrylic. This is just the water base when it's clear satin, because I don't know which one I told you that we were gonna do for this project, iron-on or vinyl. You can do either. I might have mentioned iron-on early on in the video. I might have mentioned vinyl, I don't remember. And that's one of the beauties of this, is because you can use what you have, you know, or what you prefer. So for this one today, we're actually going to use vinyl, and that's not just because it's cheaper than iron-on, that's also because we are going to seal this anyways, because it's going to be outside, mostly played outdoors with children. Maybe it's going to get rained on or something like that. We want to go ahead and seal this. So instead of using iron-on, which is a bit more expensive, we're just going to go through here with regular vinyl and then seal it. But we're also going to add a coat of polyacrylic before we add our vinyl. It's going to be super quick, it's not going to take much time at all, and it's going to mean a lot of difference when we go to apply our vinyl on here. It's going to apply better to this finish here. It's going to be a lot slicker for us to work with, and then afterwards we'll add 2 to 3 coats as a good finishing coat. So along with this, of course, you'll need a paintbrush here or a roller, although I have noticed that polyacrylic does go on a bit better with a brush than a roller. It's recommended to brush it on. So really, to each their own. Feel free to roll it on if you like, but we're gonna brush ours today. And now we're just gonna go in here with this polyacrylic, and it's just gonna add, like I mentioned before, just a great base coat, if you will, before that vinyl. It's going to make a lot of difference applying it, and then it's always good to add a coat of sealer. Really, you just can't go wrong with sealing anything, especially before you put vinyl on it. So this is a step I would recommend if you're going to be using vinyl and iron-on. Maybe not beforehand, but afterwards, after you use your iron-on, then you really need to seal. Some might say, well, why don't we just seal the parts that we're going to be applying vinyl to? And that would be like, you know, above the these cutouts and everything like that. That would just create for an uneven texture at the end, and we don't really want that. We want everything to be nice and even for us. Well guys, I'm just about done sealing this board, and I'm gonna go ahead and seal my yellow board as well, and then we will be back and ready to apply our vinyl and then finish up this amazing project, guys. I hope that you all are enjoying this summit class immensely. I'm definitely enjoying teaching it, and I loved the challenge of making these awesome boards for you guys. So we'll see you in just a bit and finish it up. Okay guys, here's our board. It is all dry. It does have that first layer of that polyacrylic on there. And then here is all of our vinyl pieces, cut, weeded, and with transfer tape added. And again, like I mentioned in the design space process, you want to size and then cut these after you've already cut on your boards. I cannot stress that enough. It is very important to not pre-cut all of this out before you have the dimensions for your boards, because even if they're kind of precise in design space, odds are you're going to need to do some tweaking here, and you really don't want to ruin your boards. So we're going to take this layer by layer, starting at the top here, and do our Team Pink 100 first. Now the board is sideways for me, which I don't prefer. So just for you guys to see here, I'm probably going to have to switch it towards me and really align it up well. But this is just so you guys can kind of see more of the board here. So in the center, it'll be right around here, which is pretty in the middle for our 100 and all that. So this looks pretty good. So now I'm gonna just slide our board over and take our vinyl scraper here. Scrape that. and peel this backing off. Okay, now I'm gonna hold this and bring this in. And this is a process. Take your time. Make sure it's good and even. And when you like it, you can place it down. You can put a couple of fingers just on the edges here, just around, so that you can look at it more. So I'm gonna tilt it up and look at it better. And I think that looks really good. So now I'm gonna tilt it back sideways and use this burnishing tool and start from the center and burnish out. It just kind of lessens the chance of those air bubbles, those pesky little air bubbles. Just burnish really well, and now you can take one corner. Now we're going to move on to our second layer, which is our 50s here. Should take it, burnish, and again, this was the layer that on my other boards I did have to cut and place separately. So we'll see how they look this go around. And place. And no, this looks good. Well, no, it does look a bit over there, as you can see. So I'm actually going to flip it over. Take some scissors, cut one just like this, just like that, and place these separately, just like I thought I was going to have to do. So see guys, even if you're pretty precise in design space, it might not end up that way. So I'm going to put a little bit of pressure right there, and then flip this guy over. And this is how I can keep them even, is by keeping this piece of transfer tape here. So I didn't cut all this excess off, I left it here. So I can line it up and just make sure it's still even here. It's just easier for me. And that looks pretty good in the middle there. So now I'm gonna hold that, and now I can cut that off just so I can see a little bit better. And that looks pretty darn good there. Let me tilt it up and look at it. And looks good. Burnish. And peel that off. Perfect, guys. Now for the very last layer, our 25s here. And these line up beautifully here. So I'm gonna place them right there and look at them. And they look great. So I'm gonna burnish. Good. And peel off that transfer tape. Just like that. Look how good. So we have this board completed with all the vinyl on there. The very next step is to go ahead and put another coat of that poly acrylic on here. And then also guys, I know we've been like giving our supplies along the way, which I think has been super helpful. So I thought this was pretty self-explanatory. We just use black regular vinyl. You can use any brand that you want to, is fine. Starcraft, Cricut brand, Oracal, whatever you have. And then masking paper transfer tape. We use the standard grip Cricut mat. Any Cricut that you have is fine. Weeding tools, you know, all that good stuff. It'll all be linked in the, you know, the supply list. But you all know how to make some decals like this, so I didn't feel the need to go into depth with that. But that is what we used as well. And now we're just going to go ahead and grab that polyacrylic, open it up, and give this guy another coat, and we're good to go. So again, just with our brush here. And I do recommend giving a couple of coats if you can. Get the edges and the sides and things like that. The more coats you add, the better of a seal you're gonna get on your vinyl. And you do need to seal this, especially since it's gonna be going outside most of the time. It might even be stored in your garage or something like that, and we wouldn't want the heat or the cold in your garage to over time peel that up. So if it's good and sealed in several layers of polyacrylic, then it's not gonna peel up for you. It's gonna have a nice finish on it, a nice seal, and then you'll be good to go for years to come. And as you can see, these coats go quick, you know, especially the last couple of coats. So I'm going to add this first coat, wait a couple of hours, maybe 3 or 4 hours, and then add the next coat, and you can add 3 or 4, just however many you want to add on top of this vinyl here. And then you're great. You're golden. It's done once it dries. I'd let it dry overnight, maybe before playing it. Yeah, and it doesn't really require any maintenance other than that. Yeah, I'll show you the bean bags that we bought with them. Again, those are also linked in the description. They're super cute little bean bags. You can buy them in all different colors. We bought ours pink and yellow to match our boards, and they're super cute. But that's about the only other thing that we have to do. We'll show you the bean bags, and then we'll be done, guys. You guys get to enjoy your amazing beanbag toss boards that you guys spent a lot of time on. So here are the cute bean bags we got off Amazon. Again, link is in your supply list. They're just cute little bags. Came in packs of 4. They have all different types of colors. I don't think they're not filled with corn or anything, you know, like cornhole boards. They're not filled with the classic corn or anything. It's just kind of beads, but they're really sturdy. They're sewn really well. The colors are good and vibrant, and they're really cute. So that is what we used for our boards. Well, guys, what did you think of these amazing beanbag toss games? I told you they were so much fun and relatively easy, guys. The hardest part was maybe cutting the holes with the jigsaw, because I just wasn't really used to using a jigsaw or anything like that. But the rest of it is really easy. It's just time consuming. You got to put some love into it, but it 100% is worth it. I hope that you all enjoyed this video. I hope that we were able to really talk to you guys through this process and answer a lot of your questions if you had any. Definitely let us know if you have any more questions along the way, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the 2020 Summer Summit. Bye, guys.
welcome back. I hope you guys enjoyed that little lunch. We just made Anna a fun little camping bucket.
Yes.
Do you love your camping bucket?
I do.
How many compliments have you got from the camping bucket?
Like at the campground?
No.
I was going to say 0.
Wait, really?
Yeah. Well, this last...
Anna, do you want to bring your
The camping experience
bucket
this
in?
last
You
time
don't wanna
was
come in?
interesting.
Okay, we'll give it to you.
She has a cute cape
She has,
shirt on.
yeah, we added, well, I didn't. Becca added little lammies.
Right? So cute.
Aw, is that not adorable?
I love it. Very cute.
And you designed this, like, I watched her design the little lammies.
Design makes out.
She designed
course.
the little lammies, y'all.
Yeah. Really
I
quick.
I mean, it was like, okay. I was shaken to the core.
Yeah.
So we love that. And I love the little camping bucket. So the lambs, so adorable. We love it. But
That's what we did while you were eating lunch.
yes. Here you go, honey. But next up, we have probably one of the craziest projects I've ever seen at Summit. I do have to say.
Really?
What was your inspiration for it?
Okay, so I've talked about it a little bit, but Decor Stills, if you're not familiar with Decor Stills, look at it. It's an amazing
Oh,
site.
it's train time.
It's train time. I'm going to talk loud. Anyway, Decor Stills has like little different decor items that are available for a very short period of time, and you can purchase them. And so there was this clock that was really big. I mean, like really big, and it's white, and it had some like flat planters on it. It was adorable, and it was like $90, and I think it's super super cute. And I got it for her kitchen, but it was a little bit too big for any space that I would be able to put it, and also I didn't want to spend $90 on it. So I kept thinking. It took me several months to try to figure out how I could recreate it, what hardware I would use, what plants and stuff. But it was totally inspired by our decor still.
That's so cool.
Yeah. So I love it. I hope you guys love it.
That's one
too.
of our favorite things that Maker's Gonna Learn is to see, like, you know, it's kind of interesting to me that there's so many stores like Hobby Lobby and Michael's that, you know, promote crafting and promote this, but then they sell already finished decor. And I get it. I truly get it.
for
I
sure.
love the deals. I love the design. I love that. But there's just something about making things like after you get inspired by it. And,
Yeah.
and that's so much fun.
Well, and yours looks different than all of the ones. And I'm not harping on Hobby Lobby. A lot of my stuff, a lot of
our, you know
comes
what I
from
mean?
Hobby Lobby. Like I love it, but at the same time, I don't want to have everything in my house be the same thing as all of my friends' things in their
Yeah.
house. I want to have some unique pieces, some different pieces, and that's why I just love trying to recreate things that I found. Also, the price difference is
Big.
pretty considerable.
Big. Diane says, I made a camping bucket, but it is a pond bucket besides my
Koi pond.
It says drama-free zone. Our Maker's Gonna Learn. Come follow. Yay!
That's adorable.
I love that.
Yeah, so
love,
cute.
Love that. So good. But, okay, I don't want to hold you guys back from this next class because it is so good. So go ahead and get excited, and we'll see you back here real soon. Go enjoy Becca's class, my friends. See ya.
Hey, this segment of our Summer Summit is probably one of my favorites that I've done as a project in all of Maker's Gonna Learn. I wanted to do this project for a while, but just had some trouble trying to figure out how to do it, like what parts to use, and then we finally found the perfect way to do it, and so I'm so excited to share with you guys how to do this project. This is the title of it is sort of different. I'm not entirely sure. It's a clock, but it's like a planter clock, and so you can decorate it, and it's a wall hanging, or you could just like lean it up against your mantle or whatever. Anyway, it's a super fun project, and I like it because you can change it seasonally. I love seasonal things like that you can decorate as you want to, and so this is a really fun project. Supply list is very extensive. Thank goodness you guys have a detailed supply list that we have given you, so you can definitely reference it, but I will go over the supplies as well in just a second. For supplies, we have the base of our clock, which are these big 27, I'm not going to pick them up because they're so big and I've got stuff on them, but these big 27-inch circles. And you can get these in varying sizes. So if this is too small for you, oh my goodness, you can get bigger. Or if it's too big for you, you can get smaller than this as well. You can also choose the thickness of your wood, which is nice, from the company that we have linked in our supply list. They do all sorts of different cutouts, so that's a great place for you to look for blanks. They are a little bit pricey. I think these were, I want to say around $30, like $27 to $30. So they are a little bit pricey, but these are really big and thick and sturdy. So it's a good investment. Anyway, so we have our rounds. We only need one for the project. I do have two here because one is finished and one I'm going to show you guys how to finish. We have clock mechanism, so we have the innards and then we have the hands. Make sure that whatever clock mechanism that you're using, that the center post is long enough to go through your wood. So they have so many different varying sizes of these. Make sure you're getting the correct one. Also make sure that your hands fit the clock mechanism that you purchase. These are from the clock shop. We got them at Hobby Lobby. The mechanism and the hands are both clock shop. Hands were $8.99. We got them 40 or 50% off. And then the actual mechanism was $7.99, 40% off. But these came black and I just spray painted them with this Rust-Oleum. It is called Ivory Bisque. I really like it because it's sort of like a winter white. So we just spray painted those. It was really quick to do that. And then we have, for paint and stain on our wood, we used our Early Americans, our Minwax Early American that we love, and then just our Old Faithful black acrylic paint that we use, a paintbrush. Now I like a kind of wiry paintbrush like this for this painting technique. It's sort of a dry brush technique, and so I like a rougher paintbrush, not like the nylon ones that we normally like to use, because I don't want it to look super finished. So if you have like an old cruddy one, that's probably the best paintbrush that you could use for this specific project. Have some gloves just to keep my hands not completely ruined. Our drill so that we can drill holes for the clock mechanism, and then also so that we can drill the little pot clips that we're going to be using, which bring me to pot clips. These are pot clips. You can get these on Amazon. You can get them several different places. But the listing says that it is for I think it says 4 to 8 inch pot. I got these because I thought they were perfect for it and I was hoping that I could make them work, and I totally can. So I'm going to show you how to make that work for the smaller pots that we've got. So these pot clips came with screws already. That's really nice. And then we have our 4-inch terracotta pots. We need 4 of those. And then we have our little, I think these are 2.5 inch. It is listed again, guys. I've just forgotten. Got 2.5 inch terracotta pots, and we have 8 of those. Yes, 8 of those. And then what else do we have? I brought this in as a straight edge just to kind of help with lining up the pot clip placement. It's like a tongue twister there. Pot clip placement. Now you're all gonna say it. You're welcome. Anyway, so some sort of long straight edge like that, a level will also work. I have some wood just so that I can put it underneath and not drill right into my table. And then I have my matte vinyl. This one is just Cricut removable vinyl. I'm not happy about it, guys, but I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna power through. You guys know I don't love Cricut vinyl, but it's okay. We're using it for this. And then I will just need my fine point blade, a standard grit mat, and then my Air 2 or my Maker or whatever machine I want to use to cut that vinyl. I think that covers it all. If not, I will definitely let you guys know. But let's get started on our project over in Design Space. Before we jump over into Design Space to work with the fonts for this project, I wanted to show you guys something that I do to help me get an idea for sizes that I need, whether or not the sizes that I've chosen for all of my pieces are going to look good together. For instance, I had to kind of dream this up before I purchased all of the pieces. So I wanted to make sure that I was choosing a good size for the round, that I was choosing complementary sizes for my large versus small terracotta pots, that I was choosing a good size for the clock hands. I can dream all that up in my head and then order it, and when it comes in, it might not necessarily fit or look good. So what I like to do a lot of times is sort of make a mock-up on my computer so that I really know what it's going to look like. And you can do that in Illustrator, or you can do it in You could do it in Design Space. You can do it in Inkscape. I mean, there are so many different other softwares that you can use. I will say this is going to have several layers on it. So Design Space can get a little bit glitchy, but that's what we're going to use because I know all of you guys use Design Space. So all I did was just went onto Google and did a quick search for each of the items that I knew that I was going to need. I knew that I wanted, or I thought I knew, I wanted the round, so the face of the clock, to be a distressed like black wood. So I just did a quick search for that. I did a quick search for ornate clock hands, and I actually knew that Hobby Lobby had these, so I thought that would be a good starting point. And then I did a quick search for a terracotta pot. Once you do that, then you'll just right click on whatever image that you find that you like and press save image. And then you can save it to your desktop, or you can save it in a folder that you might have. I'm just going to put it in this untitled folder here. And I'm just going to put them all in the same spot too, so that makes it easier to find. So I'll right click on each of these images that I have searched and found, save them in that folder. And then let's see here. Then what we'll do is go to that folder here on our desktop or wherever you save it once again. And then I'm going to click on each image, and I'm using a Mac. So when I click on the image, my setting is to, by default, open in preview. And when it does that, I have some options. Right now, I think all but maybe one of these are not pink, so they're JPEG images, which means they're not going to have a clear or transparent background. And you know, since I'm designing, I want it to look as close to what it's going to look like in real life. So I definitely want it to have, you know, the transparent background. I want it to be a pink image. So to take this JPEG and make it a ping image, all I'm going to do is press this little button right here, the show markup toolbar, and it opens up this. Then what I need to do is push this instant alpha, and then I'm going to just drag and select this background, and you can see everything that's red is selected, and then I'm going to push delete. And when I push delete, it asks me if I want to convert it to a ping. And I do, so I'm going to press convert. So now all of this right here is see-through, it's transparent. Now the innards right here in this clock hand are still white. So I can go in and select and delete those as well so that they're transparent. And I'm just getting a, you know, closer to real life version of this. So I've deleted all of those, and then when I X out, it automatically saves. You can see right there it was saving. Then I'm going to do the same thing to the other ones. I think this might actually already be a ping. It's hard to tell because of that background, but it's not, it doesn't hurt it to go ahead and do the same thing to so if it already is a ping and you select this back and then press delete, it wouldn't hurt it. So I'm converting that, and then I'm going to convert this one as well in the same way, just deleting those backgrounds, saving them, and then I'll open up Design Space and I will import them into Design Space like I would a regular ping. So let's upload, and then we'll import them. I want to do that one as complex, press continue, and I want to save this one in particular as a cut image because I want to change the color on it. You know, when I started designing this, I wasn't really sure what color I wanted the clock hands. So I definitely want to save those as a cut image so that I can change the color. Then we've got this, and I'll save this one as a print and cut because I want the color and the texture and all of that just to get, again, a closer representation of what the end result is going to be. And then the same with this, we'll save it as a print and cut. Now, what I'm going to do is just insert those 3 images into my canvas here. There we go. Press OK. And the first thing that I want to do is just, first of all, zoom out a little bit. But the clock hands at Hobby Lobby are around 7 inches. So I want to just go ahead and change that to 7 inches. And then I want to slice this so that they're 2 separate hands. I want to be able to put them on a clock like they would be. So I'll just slice that really quick. And again, guys, this is just something that I like to do. You definitely wouldn't have to be this precise about everything. But I'm such a visual person. I really, I really benefit in the design aspect from doing these things. So I'm just gonna, at this point, weld these together. And then now I'm going to take this terracotta pot, and I want this to represent my large 4-inch one. So I'll change it to 4 inches high, just like that. And then I'm going to duplicate that. So we've got it duplicated here. Let's zoom out because things are about to get big here. So we've got our 4-inch there, and then let's duplicate these because we need 4 total. So we'll kind of space them out like this. Let's move it over here. Well, we'll move these things. So we'll move this over here. And then we've got our small pots that we need. So I'm going to duplicate it, and then I'll make it 2.5 inches high. And then duplicate them so that we have 8 total. So we've got that. Let's space this out just a little bit more because I don't think that that's going to look good that close together. So again, this just helps me know. And, I've got this 2.5 inch one next to the 4-inch one. And I think that's a good size difference for the two. So I know at that point, that's a good decision. I could go ahead and order those if I wanted to. So let's continue to duplicate these so that I have all of them here. And you can see these look a little bit squished together. So that gives me an idea that maybe I need to separate them just a little bit. There we go. Keep in mind, these are going to have, you're going to be decorating these. So they need to be spread out a little bit so that anything that's in this one wouldn't necessarily overlap this guy. So keep that in mind. Then we've got these right here. I'm going to pull this up, and now we can take our round. You definitely could have used just a basic shape for this, and we'll pull it up like this. So now we're starting to get an idea here. So as is, I can look at that and be like, okay, that looks good. If I think that looks good, personally, I think that these are still too close together. So I would separate them. So let's make this a little bit bigger here. And then we will start to arrange them at this point. And you can be super precise if you want to and line these up exactly like they're going to be lined up. So center them horizontally. Do the same with these. Center them vertically because they're going to be exactly like that. You could bring it in a little bit if you wanted to. And then just place these where you think they'll go. Like this. There you go. And then we'll place this right in the middle because that's where it would go. And then I'm like, okay, this black on this isn't going to look good. It's not going to show up. So then I can change the color if I want to more of a cream color. Because I think, with the distressed wood, that will look very nice. And then we have an idea there of what our finished clock would look like. If we like this spacing, we're looking at this circle, and it's a 27-inch circle. So now I know that I need to order a 27-inch circle. Anyway, that is just how I put all this together sort of in my head, and then made the visual of it, and really decided what the sizes needed to be to make this project. And guys, if you're super crazy like I am, and I'll be honest, I did do this, I went ahead and put all of my numbers on there, and I imported a little succulent, a little hanging succulent, because I knew that I would want that just to make sure that like the hang space and everything was really good with that. You could, at this point, if you wanted to, go ahead and add your numbers. But honestly, I would use a whole nother canvas because you're just getting so many layers, and it's gonna start getting really slow and bogged down and everything. So now that we're finished with this, we'll jump over into the actual designing part of the cut files. It's super quick. It's just numbers, but we'll get that taken care of and start putting our clock together after that. Okay, so we are over here in Design Space, and guys, this is such a simple project. I'm not even really gonna do any of it because you guys know how to do this. We're just inserting a text box and then putting each number in. I do have separate text boxes for each of these, just because. And then you can see these numbers up here are larger, these down here are smaller. And you guessed it, the larger one goes on the larger pots, smaller ones go on the smaller pots. So just measure whatever pots you're using and decide what size is going to be good for your pots. I chose the larger pots for the four main numbers, 12, 3, 6, and 9. And then 1, 2, 4, 5, 7, 8, 10, and 11 for the smaller pots. So that's how I did it. Then we're just going to click make it. Oh, the font, you guys might want to know. That font is Max Patch, which you guys know I love Max Patch. Okay, yeah, so I'm just going to leave it like this. You could arrange them so that there's a little bit more space in between, but I honestly think it's going to be fine just like this because these are bigger, thicker numbers, and they'll come up easy. It'll be fine. So we're just going to press continue, select our device, and then I don't have my machine on. That's why it's not registering. So we will connect to the maker and then select just regular vinyl, whichever. We've noticed that there's 2 different settings for vinyl on our different machines. So whichever premium vinyl or just vinyl setting that yours comes up with, select that. No need to mirror because we are working with regular vinyl, and then load your mat and let's cut it out. Once that has finished cutting, then we're just going to burnish, and we will weed this up. Hopefully it goes very smoothly because these are larger numbers, and so that should help. Let's see here. There we go. Yeah, it's coming up good. I've trash talked Cricut vinyl, but this actually is working out nicely for me. And the only reason I trash talk Cricut vinyl is because I know how good our Caesar, however you want to pronounce it, and Oracal are, and have loved working with them. But this is easy too. Okay, we are finished weeding that, and then I did forget to mention paper masking tape, so you will need some sort of transfer tape. That is my favorite, especially when working with a difficult vinyl. But what I will do is just cut these up. Probably what I'll do is put the transfer tape on and then cut them up. So just like this. And then burnish it from the front and the back, and then cut them individually, and then we'll place them on the terracotta pots. Now that we have that vinyl weeded and the transfer paper on, and we've burnished it, and we've cut them up, we are ready to put them on our terracotta pots. But before we do that, we need to make sure that they're prepped. So you may want to consider a couple of things. As you know, terracotta pots are very kind of dry and porous by nature. So what you'll probably want to do beforehand is seal it. You could use an outdoor Mod Podge to seal, or you could do like a poly spray or poly paint or something like that, and seal them beforehand. Then what we'll do is put the vinyl on, and then you can seal over it again if you want to at that point, especially if it's going to be outside. You may want to do that. But once they're prepped, what you're going to want to do is clean them all with some alcohol, just so that you can make sure that any debris or anything like that is off of them and the vinyl will stick well. Okay, once you have them clean, make sure that they dry a good amount of time. I have not let mine dry very, very good. Just for the sake of time, I'm going to go ahead and put them on, or put the numbers on though. So we're just going to apply it like you do vinyl. Obviously, you guys know how to do that. So we'll take this backing off here and lay it down. Okay, so to lay it down, you could do a couple of things. You could cut some slits in there because this is curved, but honestly, this is small enough that I don't think you need to. If you wanted to do a larger number or a larger design, you might want to do that. You might want to cut some slits like right here and right here, just so that the transfer tape and stuff lays down evenly without bubbling up. But as you can see, with this one, I didn't have any problems with that. So just put it down. You can grab your burnishing tool just to make sure that you're getting any bubbles out and adhering it really well. And then remove that tape. Slowly, just like that. There we go. And then we're going to do all of them, and when we're finished with that, we'll go over the paint technique on the circle. Once you are finished applying all of the vinyl to these, you can set them aside and work on painting your round. Okay, we have our big guy right here. Like I said earlier, we did stain it with Early American, Minwax Early American stain. I just put it on there honestly with a paper towel and did a light coat of it. And now we have our black acrylic. And you don't need much of it. This actually is probably way too much. But what I'm going to do is just put some on my brush, get off some extra, and then start to lightly go over like this. And then what I'll do is take my napkin and go back over it and sort of just smear it like this. And so it spreads it a little bit. It also makes it a little bit more matte because you don't have as much paint on there. It's sort of like a stain technique, but you're using paint. So you're putting it on there and then wiping it off, but you definitely don't want to saturate it like you do with stain. So just do the whole thing like that, and you can always go back and add more. See how I got it pretty heavy right there? That's okay, because look how good that is when you wipe it off. Do small sections, because if you do large sections, then you run the risk of accidentally having part of it dry, and you're not going to be able to rub it off as well. Now this is just a distressed look. If you wanted it completely solid, then do that, or if you wanted to keep it stained, do that. My inspiration for this particular project was actually, I don't know if you guys follow them or not, it's one of my favorite decor stores, but it's online. It's called DECOR Steals, and they will post random beautiful decor that you can get at a decent price, and then when it's gone, it's gone. Sometimes it comes out and then it's gone pretty quick. But they had a huge planter clock similar to this concept, and it was cream, so it was really pretty. And what they had done, and you could definitely do this with this particular piece, is kind of made it look like shiplap. So you would take this and get like your circular saw or whatever you want to use to cut it with, and then cut it in, I think theirs were even planks all the way across, and then you would get a piece of wood that was the length like of this, and then attach those pieces to that piece of wood, if that makes sense. Anyway, and then they had these white kind of flat backed planters on it, and they were beautiful, but the thing was huge. I mean, absolutely huge. My sister got one, and I was gonna get one, but it's so big, I didn't really have a good wall in my house to put it on. Also, it was like $90, and it's pretty steep for something that you're not entirely sure if you even have a place in your house for it. So I thought, well, we can recreate this. And I'm trying to think in my head how much we created this for. So if this was like $27 And the terracotta pots will say, I may have spent like between $6 and $8 on all of them. And then our pot clips, let's see, 30, 40-ish. We're probably at $45, $50 for this. So it's cheaper. I mean, it's not a super inexpensive project by any means, but it's a lot cheaper than the Decor Still one was. I'm starting to get this paper towel filled up, so I want to just get a new one and make sure that I am able to get off that extra paint. But I think you get the idea here. I'm not going to do the whole thing. Just kind of go with it. And then if you wanted to add like a lighter element to it, if you get in here and you're like, man, this is too dark. Disclaimer, don't think this is too dark. I think it looks really nice. But if you got in here and thought it was too dark, you could dry brush some cream or white or something like that in there with it. And go to town with that. But anyway, just continue to do that until this is finished, and then we will put the clock together. Once your plate, or your circle, your round circle is dry, then you are ready to start assembling. So what you need to do, for me personally, I like to find the center of it and put the hands in there so that I can place everything else. And what I have done is just take, this is a 27-inch circle, so half of that is 13.5. So the radius is 13.5. And I can take my little measuring tape like this, say this is 13.5. So this is probably the center, and just to kind of, make sure that, that I haven't gotten it too far this way or too far this way or something like that. I kind of want to do like a pendulum type of thing and just, rotate this all the way around like this. And if it stays at 13.5 all the way around, which it seems like it is, I mean, it's going to vary a little bit because this is wide, so different points of it are on there. Then you've pretty much found the center. So I went ahead and marked that with a Sharpie right here. And then I can just drill through there if I want to do that, or I can go ahead and, like I said, place the hands because I can get an idea. They will go like this. And then I'll place these on here. I'm going to start with the big planters first. So the 6 will go right here, and then the 9 will go here, and they do want to rotate. So you may want to grab something like scissors or whatever to keep them stationary. But it just gives you an idea. Obviously you want your 12 and your 6 to be right on top. So you want a perfect line from the middle of this planter to the middle of where the clock mechanism is to the middle of where the 6 planter is. So you're going to do that all the way straight down like that. And then you're going to do the 3 and the 9 the same way, but horizontally. And then once you have those placed, then I would go back in with the other ones and fill in. So we're going to place these. We're going to drill our hole. We're going to place the clips for these, and then we'll go in and add the smaller ones to fill in. Now, I do want to show you really quickly before I get started. I mentioned earlier that these clips were actually designed for pots that are 4 to 8 inches. You see how wide that opening is there? So when I put my pot clip, they work like this. Your pot goes in like this, and then it holds, I've got it upside down for you. Then it would hold it like this. Because these are designed for larger ones, it doesn't want to do that. So what I've done, it was very easy to do. You just go and bend this. Now, if you don't have hands, it didn't take a lot of hand strength, but if you don't have hand strength to do that, then grab some pliers or something like that. But after you do that, then it will stay on there. Anyway, we're going to drill the holes here, place our clips, and then we will put our cups in. right, once you have all of these situated and drilled in, then you're ready to put the clock mechanism in. And so I don't know if you kind of noticed in our sped up version of what we were doing, how I was kind of seeing how I wanted to put them on. Obviously, I said beforehand that I was going to line these up and then fill in, and so that's what I did. I don't remember which one I started with now. I think it was these, but I started with these, and then I just measured from the end of this clip to the edge and made sure that the end of this clip to this edge were the same. End of this clip to this edge, and then the same here, same here. And so that's sort of how I did it. I eyed it, and the nice thing about these is that you can, if you don't drill them in all the way, you can rotate them a little bit. So if they're a little bit off level, then you can kind of just change the angle of them a little bit, and it's not as noticeable. So other than putting this clock mechanism in, all we have left to do is decorate this, which is the fun part. So follow the directions on the back of your clock mechanism and just put it in. It has a pretty good diagram on this one to show you which order to put your pieces on, and then we'll be finished with that in just a second. Okay, I do want to just talk really quickly about how to put this together. You can see I showed you on the diagram there, and so that's how I've laid it out in order that they will go on. This guy right here goes on like this, and that's how you hang your clock. So that's cool. It has an automatic hanger. You don't have to worry about that. And then you will just put it in order. So we're going to put this on first, just like that. And then we're going to put this underneath the clock. Okay, once you get that piece in that way, what we're going to do is just add this little washer, and then we'll add this nut and screw it down. Oh, I have it on backward, or upside down, excuse me. There we go. So we'll screw it on. Now we're gonna slide the hour hand onto the shaft here. Okay, now we're gonna put our minute hand on, and then we just have to take the end cap here and screw it on. Now it does have this other little washer here that you'll need if you're using your second hand, but we're not using that, so we don't need it. So now that you're finished assembling the clock, you get to do the fun part, which is decorate it. So just pick some thematic pieces, some greenery that you like, and go to town with it. Courtney found these adorable yellow fuzzy balls. I don't know what else to call them. They're adorable, and I really love them for fall. I love the color. So I'm going to incorporate some of those, and then we've got these cute little sprigs. Honestly, we found, other than these, all of this was just in our odds and ends bin. We have quite a few succulents that we just use here and there for staging and different projects and things like that, and so we sort of just rated that and are going to make a fun piece out of it. So if you were doing Christmas or something like that, you could do some poinsettias or some fun little sprigs of kind of Christmassy themed decor. You can do wildflowers for spring, would be beautiful, sunflowers in the summer, whatever you want to do. And I've seen these decorated several different ways. You can decorate just the big four and then leave the smaller ones empty, or you could do just some random ones. That would be fun as well. Obviously you can do all of them if you prefer that look. So just have fun with it and decorate it and make it look super cute. So there you have it. This is just one easy way that you can decorate it. To be 1000% honest, I opted to just do these succulents because trying to move it and hold it for this outro, it was a little bit difficult to keep those flowers and everything stationary and looking really good. But be sure to look at our finished project photos because I'm going to style it really cute for you guys using those adorable little mustard fuzzy floral pieces that I love. Anyway, I hope you guys liked this project. I hope you guys are enjoying Summit, and we will chat, I'm sure, in some other videos. Have a good day. Hey, hey!
my goodness. How much fun was that class?
The wall hanging, super fun. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I saw a couple of people who are thinking of different sizes for that project, and so I think that's a fantastic idea. 27 inches is pretty big commitment, so you can definitely scale it down. Definitely could.
And if you don't have room for all the terracotta pots, you could put vinyl on, you could just do 4 terracotta pots.
Yeah, just the big ones.
Yeah, there's a lot of different ideas. Paige said she was going to be testing this one.
I know, I can't wait to see it.
Paige, you have a lot to live up to from yesterday. Just go let you know.
Yeah.
We're really excited.
We're very impressed.
We're very impressed here at Makers Gonna Learn. And there's been so many great pictures posted on the group. Have you been able to take some time to post your projects? If you don't want to post your projects or don't have any yet, post where you're watching from. Let us know your setup. Let us know what you're crafting. There are people, Trisha has already made the class from Miss Alexandria.
That's adorable.
Adorable. I love that you're getting ready for fall. We've had people try out. Look at that nap pillow from
Adrian. That's adorable.
I love it. The 14 by 14 pillow. I mean, we've had so many awesome projects. Oh, she also made the little pumpkins.
Yeah. Oh, I'm impressed, friends.
Paige
Look at this color selection page.
How did you have all these colors? Oh my gosh, I love it. Oh, Nadine, she added the photos. That's adorable.
Guys, these are so cute. I love how you're like taking the inspiration from the classes and totally like doing your own thing with them. Super cute.
Good. Anita has been doing the paint pours. Do you want to tell about your? We talked about the paint pour? Did we talk about? We were talking about the coffee this morning. I don't think we got to the.
I can't remember. I feel like I started the conversation. We did it with Fallon, and she like. Yeah, I think I told this.
Okay, we may have told it. We have other friends using some cut files in their paint pour, so good. We're loving it. But we want to see craft areas, your projects. Be sure to put them on the Facebook group. It's going to be so much fun. And we've had a lot of questions when the coupon codes expire.
Yeah.
You have 1 week. So you have a week from yesterday. So on next Saturday, the coupon codes will go away for our summit attendees. Again, you can save $40 to get registered for the fall summit. You can save $40 on our year membership, or you can save $100 on Design Make Sell. And there's been so many people taking advantage of it, so it's a really great time, to invest in yourself and further that education. And I'm so excited for my class of the day, which we're going to teach you guys how to make a brand new type of frame. We're talking grids, and we're talking oversized projects. So
it's like a frameless frame.
It's a
what
frameless.
Would you call it?
It's a frameless frame, I guess.
You'll understand.
Yeah, you'll see it here in a minute. We're using some really cool material to make something really, really fun. Hey, live in Florida, I love. Glenda says, I've not made anything yet, just love to watch and craft later. Of course, well, send us a picture of your craft area or wherever you're watching from. Kendra says, how are they doing these? I watch and rewatch later about 10 times to complete. Right, me too. The people that are on it are really...
Well, it's funny,
Do they have a sweatshop?
I know, right? Who's really making your projects?
How are you getting them all done? We want to know.
And being active in the live. Like, the news
Paige is
feed,
active
you're still
over
active.
here.
I'm blown away. You're like two women. 2 in 1.
You're 2 in 1. That's awesome. Everybody's like, same. Listen, y'all, we're with you. We understand these people going above and beyond. I mean, I love to see the people out there that will go above and beyond for the summit, and that's just part of getting the money's worth. So you want to make sure to do that. And Mary's been trying the paint pour technique. So awesome. Love that paint pour. Paige did her koozies from last night.
Screen print koozies.
Great job.
Yeah.
Great job. Making her cards, so awesome, and we loved it. Oh, Diane posted watching, yes! Big screen, the people watching from big screen, we love you guys as well. Love seeing it, and getting the family involved is so good. Oh, we've had some people organizing their craft room. Awesome, my friends. Elisa has a week off and planning on making most of the projects. Okay, guys, for people that are coming back to Fall Summit or may want to do something different, Paige has a great tip. Is that she went ahead and bought supplies early because she was so excited.
Yeah.
So it can be done.
I did wonder about that because some of these
send out the supply list.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you're provided the supply list. That's your choice what products to get, how much you want to use, what we're going to do. So that's at your own discretion. But for a truly successful summit weekend that you can walk away with, saying you did something really awesome, how else, in my opinion, I've never been so inspired at watching YouTube videos to get 10 projects done in one weekend. That's pretty impressive for Paige, who prepared for it and things like that. And I know Paige is go get apparently all of them, which I'm so excited.
I know, I love it.
And it's really good. So if you're looking forward to the next summit and you're wanting to know how you can do things differently, my process would be buy your ticket, get that on your calendar, October 3rd and 4th. Do not commit to anything that weekend. That is your weekend. That is your crafting weekend.
Put it on your calendar.
Blocked off.
Yeah.
Somebody says they want to go get dinner. Sorry, I'm at a summit. I'm sorry. That's your time. You're gonna have so much fun. And then when the supply list comes out, go gather those supplies, see what you already have, kind of section them out so you're able to conquer the most, and then just come with the excitement to craft. So lots and lots of fun.
Linda said, "I love your black shirt today, Tanner. Did you do laundry last night?"
Sure did not, my friend. I just went and found it deep in my closet. It's a pretty nice one. Thank you. I love it. So yay, we can do wonders with the supply list ahead of time. Yes, exactly. So it's hard to coordinate everyone's supply list, but we do try to get it to you 2 or 3 weeks at least, if not more, in advance. So that's a lot of fun. But yes, so enjoy this class. We have a lot to go over in it, from the building aspect to the design space and the actual process. So get excited and go enjoy that class. If you guys have any questions, I'll be moderating and making sure that we get you everything that you may need. But guys, this is the last class of the day. This is getting a little sad.
Yeah, how do we feel about it?
I don't know. I've been having so much fun.
Oh.
So I love it. Vanessa says she's going to gather supplies for Fall Summit. Exactly. I'm in amazement. Paige, you rock. Kendra, right? Paige did great. But guys, enjoy this last one. So much fun. And we'll see you back here after the class. See ya. Hello everyone. How are you guys doing? How is Summit? We are so excited to have you guys here for an amazing class. Now, as you guys know, here at Summit, I usually create some really amazing frame classes. We tackled some crazy frames at our last Summit, and a lot of you had a lot of fun recreating those. So shout out to all of you guys that have been able to build our frames, take our frame masterclass, and so much more. We are so excited and thankful to have each and every one of you guys here at Summit. We are so pumped up for today's project because we're going to have a lot of fun. Now, this is a project that you are going to be able to do, obviously if you attend Summit, but it's kind of a little sneak peek if you're not already a yearly member here at Makers Gonna Learn. First of all, if you're not a yearly member and you're here at Summit, thank you for coming, but you definitely need to be a year member, not only to save as much money as possible, but to get a lot of fun perks. So one thing that we're working with today is called a grid. Our grids are so much fun. We love them. They're really awesome, and what we do is Courtney actually designs these with fonts and our artists and things like that, but then she implements areas where you're able to customize this. So again, in my other class, I talked about the selling aspect if you wanted to do something like this. This is another great example to where it's already designed, you just add in the customer's last name. How easy is that? How awesome is that? We're really excited. But for today's project, you may be already looking at the table and saying, Tanner, you are not building a traditional frame, and you are correct. So what we're going to do is we're actually building a frame that is going to have some lighting to light up the back of it. So right off the gate, you'll see we have an oversized piece of wood with our base. So if you've taken the frame masterclass, you're going to use the wood to create this base. So our base here is 26 by 18. So you just need a 26 by 18 base. It is just, your traditional wood that you're going to use for the masterclass, built. So it's really good to go. You're going to use this, and we're going to center it on a piece of 1/4 inch thick plywood. So 1/4 inch thick plywood cut at 20 by 40. So it's a pretty big size frame. Where we're actually putting this piece is in our new hangout bonus room where we previously were filming and working every day. It's now trying to shape up to become a really fun little movie area. And what we're going to do here is create a really fun, lounge sign. So that is going to be a lot of fun. With a project this large, 20 by 40 is not small. You are definitely going to want to do a larger than map project. So if you've never walked with me on a larger than map project, have no fear because we are going to walk through it together today, and I'll share with you guys all the tips on segmenting your projects to create them on those different mats, to build with the grid, and so much more. So if you're not already a yearly member, be sure to take advantage of some of our Summit savings that our Summit member and attendees get during Summit to maybe upgrade to that year membership, because we're super excited for all of you guys to say yes to membership and to say yes to that year membership with all the bonuses. So if you guys are excited, let's go ahead and take a look at our supplies. We've already went over, you're going to need that 1/4 inch thick plywood at 20 by 40. And again, all of these are listed on your supply list, so always check back there. This right here is our base at 26 by 18. Again, you can create your base however you would like. You can do the entire duration. Don't think you necessarily need it. Next up, we wanted to make sure, get contact paper that is going to cover whatever size you want to make yours. So 20 by 40 is pretty aggressive. Feel free to do a little bit smaller, up to you. Just make sure you can do it with one solid sheet of contact paper. Next up, we'll need some really handy tools like our scraper tool, our true control knife, really amazing. If you guys want to be super extra like we are, go ahead and use some fairy lights or some sort of lighting that you can use on the back of your frame so it can light up around the edges. This is just a kit that we picked up on Amazon, so really easy. Next up is some Velcro. We want to be able to secure our battery pack into the back of our frame, so that's really awesome. Our air nailer right here, super awesome. You can use this on its own to attach the two pieces together. You could use this and wood glue, totally up to you. And then you'll need 3 12 by 24 sheets of vinyl pretty much. And then your paper transfer tape, which is a great economical way to transfer very large projects and have really great results, especially when we're applying it to not just the wood, we're applying it to that contact paper. So a Cricut of choice is really awesome as well, and we're just super excited to dive in to today's project. So if you guys are ready, let's go ahead and start building by attaching our 2 pieces of wood together. That's honestly the most challenging part of today's project, so we'll want to get that accomplished first, and then we'll be able to pretty much, easily go through the next few steps. We're going to be able to add our lighting while we have it, flipped over and whatnot, and then we'll be able to apply our contact paper, craft with the Cricut, and have a lot of fun. So let's go ahead and jump into it. All right, my friends, so what we're going to do is we're actually going to position our base here on the project, and then once we feel comfortable, again, you want to have this edge around the entire project, and then these 2 edges are a little bit wider, totally fine. Once you're happy with that, you just want to lift it and kind of flip it over. Okay, so now that you have this right here, you're going to want to, this is the fun part, you're going to want to take your air nailer, right? So this is it, it's from Ryobi, it's been with us for years, and we're going to kind of pinpoint where, you can kind of feel and see where that is. Obviously, as well as looking, you'll be able to position it and then staple. So just like so, we're able to secure the first nail, and then you're going to go over to each side and make sure you're securing them in place. All right, my friends, so all we did was add, maybe 9 different nails over the course of the entire wood. And if you had any, small bowing or anything like that, this should help it. And this is where you're gonna be able to determine like this is, still good to go, and really awesome. So it's now secured on here. And the next step would be, flip it over on the back. And what we're going to do is we're actually going to use these little lights that I'm super excited about because they have adhesive on the back. So really neat. We're going to pick a corner to start at and actually go ahead and apply some Velcro to our battery pack. So we'll make sure to just apply that here. So we're putting the battery pack over here in one of the corners, just like so, and the Velcro is going to keep it intact. So what we're going to be able to do now is kind of take this, and you can see there's some adhesive backing right here. So we're going to peel this off, and then we're going to start it. Obviously you don't want to get too crazy too quick, but we're going to be able to place this down right here, just like so, and then start with the lights. You just want to go around the entire, frame, just like so. And you can peel it as you go and just wrap it. And I'll kind of show you guys, how it looks here in a second. We're just going around the base, just like so. Really easy. You're going to remove the backing, and just like this, be able to cover it, applying, pressure to secure it into place. Yep, just like this. This is a great way to take those projects from, just a regular project and just to add some wow factor. Perfect. And I believe one of the perks of these lots is that you're actually able to take the scissors and just cut it at wherever you finish. So you'll be able to just easily find that line that they have provided for you and then just snip it right like that. So now, unfortunately you will not be able to use the rest of your pack, but what that does is allow you to create your very custom project, and it'll be easy to stay together and keep everything in one battery pack. So that's super awesome. But right here, guys, look at what we're able to do. So we just secured it right along the edge. So now that when we turn it on, it'll just, give us that light, and it'll be really, really awesome. So you guys can see it over here as well. So now that that is secured on, we have our battery pack, everything is kind of, good to go. What we'll be able to do is flip it over, and we're going to now share with you guys some really great tips on how you're able to work with the contact paper, the burnishing tool, and the scraper tool, if you will, and work in smaller sections to cover everything you need to cover. All right, my friends, so we have this contact paper, and guys, this contact paper is so textured. I mean, it is super high quality, so you guys are gonna definitely love the feel of this material if you grab it. And what we're going to do is, I already cut it to size, but I gave a lot of extra on the edges. So the two edges, have probably 3 to 4 inches of overhang each. So what we're going to do is, since we're working in such a large portion, to get started, we're actually going to peel probably like about 8 inches off the backing off to get started. So I'm just going to peel this right like so, over here on this edge to get it started, and then we'll flip it, and I'll kind of share with you guys some tips I have for that. So let's just walk through this together. So now that you have this set up right here, what we're going to do is we're actually going to flip the project over and just keep it just like so. And now, make sure it doesn't stick to itself like it did in this corner for me. But again, going slow is really going to, keep everything going smooth. So you can move it. And then you just want to make sure you have quite a bit of overhang. And now you want to take that tool, your burnishing tool, scraping tool, whatever you like to call it, and we're just go slowly to make sure we're all applied. Just like so. And we're gonna worry about the edges after we're completely covered and we flip it around back, because I have some tips for you there as well. Okay, so what we're going to do is just make sure that everything's secured down. Like, we want to make sure that, even with this contact paper being textured, you want to make sure that, you're working out any air bubbles as you go. So we kind of worked in, roughly about 6 to 8 inch parts. So then you can now start working in smaller pieces. So I'm going to pull just maybe 4 inches and then go through with the burnishing tool and just make sure we work out any air bubbles, any issues, anything like that. You just want to kind of work it out, just like so. Look at us. How awesome. Okay. So just working it out. And then we're going to pull it right here. And as you can see, there might start to become some air bubbles. So again, you can use your hand, you can use anything like this. And guys, I'm so excited for our movie room. We have a few different accents. You know, obviously it's black and white because our entire house is black and white. But for this one, we decided to kind of complement it with some concrete elements. So we have a concrete table. We're gonna have this beautiful sign to really just, you know, be a really wow factor for the space. So let me know what you love to, you know, decorate with. Are there any things like this, like marble or something like that, that you could accent your space with? Like, we're really excited to be able to share this with you. And using contact paper is a great way to just, you know, bring some new life to your wood and to create some really amazing projects very affordably. A lot of times people are scared to actually, you know, apply vinyl on top of contact paper, but if you follow these tips and you follow the process and you go nice and slow, you're actually going to be blown away by all the benefits of working with it and how easy it truly is. So again, we're just going nice and slow in each section. And another thing is, guys, contact paper is not made all the same. You know, this is a brand we haven't worked too much with, but Duck brand has a great, you know, line of contact paper, and definitely some works better than others. So now we've covered the entire frame, right? So let's look at it. We're going to move it kind of over for you guys. So it's all covered and there's quite a bit of overhang, which is totally fine. Before we flip it, we want to make sure that everything is really nice on the main surface, right? So we're working out any of those air bubbles, any imperfections. We just want to make sure it's secured, okay? So be sure to leave us some comments. Have you been able to create anything with contact paper? This is a really great project to test it out with, especially with the pop of the lights and everything like that. So go ahead, we're gonna pick it up and flip it around back. Now, one thing we want to worry about first are some of these edges. So we want to work in the corners and get these edges over first. So I'm going to grab a pair of scissors. So the first things first is over here in this corner, what we're actually going to do is cut a square out. So we're going to cut right here down to pretty close, but not all the way, and just cut this square out. So just like so, we're able to do that, and then we're going to repeat to the other corner. And again, guys, if you're creating with, you know, bigger frames like this, you do want to go nice and slow just to make sure everything is able to be handled nice and easy. And then now you're going to be able to just fold this over. And another big tip, guys, this is really important. Notice that this has 2 or 3 inches of overhang. This is very intentional because if we only had a little bit, here's what would happen for your project. This stickiness is not going to adhere properly, and guess what's going to happen? It's going to peel up and it's not going to look near as finished. So this right here is very intentional in the crafting process to make sure it's going to cover to the best of its ability. So what I'm going to do for the middle here, we do not have the luxury of, you know, folding as much over for it, but what we can do is these areas we can totally, you know, fold over like we have here. So I'm gonna cut that and then fold this over just so it can support, you know, the entire project. So if there's any sides here, we can cut that, and then we're just gonna kind of fold it over. So just like so. And then for this part of the lineup, you know, we will have to be a little bit closer. So what I'm going to do is actually just go through and cut it, and then just work from that. So contact paper is really easy to cut, just like so. And then down here we can fold the entire piece. So I'll just cut that, and we'll cut it right here. So now what we're going to be able to do is fold this in and tuck it. So we're able to fold it and tuck, fold and tuck. So fold it And then if it's covering your lots for any reason, we'll be able to go through with the craft knife and correct that. But for the majority, it should not. Depending on how well you eyeballed it. Look at this. So hold tight and just tuck those edges. Very important. Just pull it nice and tight. And then fold your edges. Just like so. And then what you're going to be able to do now is grab your True Control knife. And if there's any areas that you need to trim off, now would be a great time to do so to protect your lights. Okay, so now we're just going to continue repeating the same exact process around the entire project. We're going to take our scissors and cut, this little area and fold it in. Lift this up and take that as well. So that will be able to be secured down. Again, you want to make sure your edges are very clean and crisp, just because they will be, seen to some eyes as they're, as this is hanging in your home. So now we'll be able to cut this off, just like that. And then you'll be able to come over here and repeat the same process. Just kind of like you're wrapping a present in a way. Go ahead and secure all of this down. And you're going to be smooth sailing. So yay! Now we're just going to repeat this over here to this side. We'll go find how far we can, really secure it. And then we'll take off this corner. And guys, this is honestly so much fun. I love doing this. It's really easy. It's not hard. It's a little tedious, but definitely not too challenging. Unlike paint or stain, you're going to be able to have really instant progress and instant results when it comes to contact paper, because there's no draw time. Once you have applied it down, you can go straight to cricketing like we're going to be doing today. So we're going to be able to fold this in. Again, the tip here is just to keep it nice and tight, but yes, it's very, forgivable. It's just like a really friendly sticker that is definitely repositionable, which is very important to me, having contact paper that is repositionable. So you're going to really appreciate that. And then tuck those in, just like so. You have those nice and tucked. And now you're pretty much finished with the actual frame. Are you guys ready to flip it over and see how it looks? I'm so excited for this reveal. Okay, here we go. Let's look at how amazing it looks. Oh my goodness. Oh, look at it. How amazing. The edges are nice and clean. I mean, look at those edges. We've got everything, good to go. Oh my word. So now you have such a beautiful base that you're able to build yourself, have some friends help you. You could have your plywood cut by some amazing team members at your local home improvement store, and it'll be really, really awesome. So now guys, what we're going to do is we're going to dive over into Cricut Design Space. We are going to share with you guys how to use this grid. And again, if you're not already a year member and you love this grid project, you are going to want to become a year member during the summit promotions. You save a ton on membership, and you're going to definitely absolutely love this project. So you'll definitely want to grab that year membership. Now the next thing we have to do is work with the grids, and then we're going to break it down into 3 mats, and then we'll be able to work on our larger than mat project tips, which boy oh boy, buckle up, because it's going to be a lot of fun for today's project. So let's go ahead and jump into Cricut Design Space. All right, my friends, so over here in the cut files area, you are going to actually be able to download this. Again, it's complimentary to any monthly member, yearly. You can download this. It's called the movie grid. So for any movie rooms, entertaining rooms, anything like that, you're going to be able to download this cut file. Now one font we are using that is this font is called Emmett, which we do have on the website. So you do get that. You'll be able to customize it with your very own last name. And grids pretty much just have, you know, them already designed, but you get to add in your own finishing touches and things like that. We have some grids, you know, check out all the grids to see everything. But grids are really amazing to kind of play around with if you have a special quote and you want to style it really uniquely and you're not really sure exactly how. Grids are really great ways to kind of help you build your own projects, and definitely a great stepping stone in your design process. So anyway, this right here is the grid, and then we're going to use the Emmett font, and all you need to do is type out your last name. So mine's Bell. Then we're going to size this up and drag it over. Okay, so I'm going to size it down a little bit, kind of get it to the same size as our others letters. Okay, so just like so. And then what we're going to do now is kind of rotate it just a hair. And then what I'm going to do is, you know, since this is a smaller last name, you know, if you had a really long last name, you probably couldn't do this, but I'm going to space the letters out just like a hair. So just a hair or two. And then after it's like that, you're going to take the curve element and you just want to curve it just a little bit to line up better. Okay, you can move it around. We can eyeball it just a little bit more with the curve. There we go. So now you have that here, and then what you want to do now is remove the red box. So you have that, and you can, now is the time to space that a little bit more if you need it. And then as you have that, you're going to be able to take this new, you know, file you've created, and you're going to want to weld it together. So let's go ahead and select both of those layers. They're highlighted gray in the layers panel. And now what we're going to do is come on down and press weld. So yay, we have it welded, super awesome, really good. And it's gonna be a lot of fun. So we're at that same step right up here with the top one. So I'm gonna clear that one out and kind of zoom in a little for this one. And then now what we're going to do and be able to see is that our size here is 30 inches by 13.1. So this is a pretty big project, guys, that we're going to end up turning this into 3 separate mats. So what we're going to do is we're going to come over here and grab one of our squares that is 11 by 23.5. So 11 by 23.5 is what we're working with. And you kind of want to line it up here and you want to cover it up. Now obviously on our mat, which is really nice, we are only cutting down to the 13-inch mark, but you know, we still need that 12 by 24 mat. So I actually like doing larger than mat projects that are not the full 12 by 24 because it's actually a lot easier to work in these smaller sections. So it's actually a blessing. And then the best part is, as you're cutting one mat, you can start weeding a second mat. So it kind of works together as well when it comes to that process. So what you're going to do is you're going to select both of these layers. So you can just drag and highlight, okay? Drag and highlight. So they're both selected. And then you're going to want to select slice. So you can move this out of the way, and then this background can be gone. And then there's 2 more layers. So you can see this gray one can be gone. So this one right here is good. This is part 1 of 3. So then you can just come over here, grab another square, drag it over for your project, just like so. And then you can see exactly where you're at. You can select it, just like so. And then you're going to repeat that same process. So you're going to click slice, and you're going to delete. And then again, you're going to have that extra layer back there that you do not need. So now you can delete that gray layer. So now just like in our other class, where we, welded and sliced and created, now you have the same exact project. Everything's good, and you're going to be able to cut these on 3 separate mats, build this, and then be able to bring it together. So probably on the project, I'll give you some tips for positioning this and making sure that everything is going to go smoothly, and how to segment it and position it in the center of your project. So now what we're going to do is press make it, and now you're going to see you have 3 separate mats that are going to be ready to go and create really easily for today's project. So I'm super excited. What we're going to do is press continue, and make sure you say yes, I am going to use that larger mat, and we'll be able to connect this and start cutting. All right, my friends, so we're just cutting right here. It's pretty self-explanatory. What happened to our audio for the class, funny enough, we actually lost audio. So I'm gonna give a voice over for this little part where all we're doing is weeding out all 3 of the mats that we had just prepared. Very simple, being able to get them all prepared. You can see that I'm just going ahead, getting the transfer tape each time after we get ready, and then we'll be able to lay it out and make sure everything's the right size and placement, just as we're weeding and getting it prepared with the transfer tape. As you can see, I'm placing all 3 of them before unpeeling it, so I have some time to check the measurements and everything like that. And now I'm placing it very easily. How amazing! Oh my gosh, this is looking so good. I'm so excited. We're doing a larger than that project with this today. So much fun. So we're gonna bring the second piece in. And guys, this is so much fun. Like honestly, I would rather apply a larger than that project to contact paper than wood because it goes on much better. And they're actually a lot better friends than wood is, just because it's usually so textured. Awesome. So now we're going to pick it up and we'll be able to line up our E. And that's another thing I like about the paper transfer tape. It is really good, but sometimes you might have a little bit of trouble lining everything up. So if you do, one thing you can do is flip it around back and just trim it so you can see it just perfectly. And I'm going to do that to the same up here as well. So it's really close. Perfect. Because sometimes a curve, like we have with the bell, you may get a little confused. So you just want to make sure everything lines up really well. And then what I like to do sometimes is just peel it up and see how well it went on. And you can do that over here too. That looks really good. So then you can burnish the rest of it down. Ta-da! And then just peel it back right here. Oh my goodness, guys, look at how well this lined up. How fun. Oh my goodness. So exciting. And now all we have to do is apply our third piece, which is go apply right here. So yay, how exciting. Again, we're going to repeat that same technique by cutting off the edges just here on the, so we can see right at it. Okay. So now we'll be able to line this up just like so right here. And line up your O or your U, your font right here. Wow, look at this. How amazing. Guys, this is probably one of my favorite larger than matte projects. I don't want to say ever, but probably ever. Like, people's gonna be so jealous of having this project at Summit because it is just really, really amazing. So I'm gonna double check how this lined up here. Did really well. So excited. And then I think there's a little mistake, but I'm going to walk you guys through how to fix it and share it with you guys, because I totally feel like this could happen to you guys at home, and I'll explain what happened in case you guys missed it. So on the second piece, my little piece got moved around a little bit. Let me go ahead and zoom in just so you guys can see this really well. Okay, so if you look right here with me at the S, as you can see, totally messed up, right? Well, what happened was the actual second piece got messed up. So what we're gonna do, you know, vinyl is very forgiving, one of my favorite things to say. And what we're going to do is actually go ahead and peel this up, and we're going to manually apply it back down. So this right here can go down just like so. So we're gonna peel up these pieces. And then we're going to have to kind of move it around ourselves just to see how well it's going to go on. So what I mean by that is line this up right here. Okay, so all I'm doing is just kind of, you know, trying to put it together. It's kind of hard to know exactly where the S started since it was placed you know, in the wrong position from the get-go, but we are just going to make the best out of it here. Go ahead and leave us some comments of support. I know you guys are there supporting in the future. And then, as you guys can see, all we need to do is add in this last little piece. And that is corrected. But guys, what I want to say is compare this little, you know, mess up to all of the other places where the letters connected. I mean, everything else looks so flawless, so perfect. Let me go ahead and zoom out so you guys can see the entire project. So yay, look at this right here. How adorable, how fun. You now can able to turn on the backlights. You're gonna have the contact paper, you're gonna have this larger than matte project, and it is so amazing. So I hope you guys have really enjoyed this class. It is so much fun. I cannot wait to see you guys tackle your very own larger than matte projects. This is really a fun one, guys. The contact paper makes the project our unique style of frame as well. It was really easy. Like, you were gonna be blown away at how easy it is to do this. So definitely leave us some comments right now. Let us know what you thought of today's project. Have you had fun building kind of a more unique grid style project here, you know, on the YouTube channel, so, or here at the Summit? So, you know, this is a little bit different than the larger than matte projects we've done in the past, because we're able to work with the grid and make something super custom and have a lot of fun with it. So thank you guys so much. Guys, I honestly cannot believe this project came together. This is totally a vision Courtney had for this project, very specific, and I was so excited that she asked me to kind of build it for her and have fun making it. And boy, oh boy, I think we definitely had some bonding moments with the S and being able to build this amazing project. Guys, this is definitely one that is a wow factor for your home. Under $20 to build a piece of art that you're going to love in your home is definitely amazing, when you'd have to pay over $100 for this with the backlights and everything like that. So $20 to $30, you'll be able to purchase all the wood, the lights, everything needed for today's project, and chances are you have quite a bit on hand. If you don't want to use contact paper, paint works great. You could do this as a HTV project, ironing on wood. So much fun. Totally could do it and rock it with that mini easy press, even for this large of a project. So go ahead, leave us some comments here at the Summit. We cannot wait to see you in the next class. And guys, after this project, I bet you guys are ready for a break. So go take a little break, eat something, and we'll see you back here in the next class. Bye, friends. Hello, hello, hello. That was the 2020 Summer Summit. Yay! Thank you guys so much.
How fun, guys. This has been a fantastic weekend. I hope you guys have enjoyed it as much as we
Woo!
have. We love hanging out with you guys.
We've got a little crafty today. Had a little this and that going. We've been moderating. We've been having a great time. I'm so excited to have shared that. And I love sharing fails on video. I love sharing real life crafts catastrophes. What a word.
Catastrophe?
Yeah, that. All the time, because it's definitely a problem.
But it just helps you guys troubleshoot them, because
Yeah.
obviously no crafter is perfect. Good grief.
No.
And
We're not going to go fake it.
No. No.
I love it. I love it.
But we had one more giveaway that we wanted to give away. We were going to do a mystery craft.
Wait.
Material. What?
This is go act like it's rigged now. Gracie just said, I did it. Hubby surprised me and I'm now a yearly member. I'm going to be at the fall summit. Okay, that's so funny. This is not rigged. This is not why. And I'll actually tell you exactly what comment it was.
Yeah.
So, Anna, will you come here just to prove to us?
They don't care.
They don't care, Anna. You're part of the family. Okay, Anna, pop in. So, will you explain what we just did?
So we were trying to figure out who got the last giveaway, and so I closed my eyes and did one of these.
But
And it
but
landed.
but I scrolled up to like this comment like forever ago where it was literally Gracie said Rachel is the best, or thank you Rachel. So that's why
Forever ago.
from
like several classes ago.
Rachel's class or something forever ago, and you picked
And
it.
she picked Gracie.
I picked Gracie.
Also, this is Anna, Becca's twin. So
So anyway, Gracie is the recipient. How fun! Of our mystery material box. So you'll be getting a fun Maker's Gonna Learn box full of all sorts of wonderful supplies.
Yes.
If you will just email us, hi@makersgonnalearn.com, a wonderful shipping address. We'll get that sent out for you sometime this next week.
yes! Oh my gosh! Well, congratulations, and you better thank Anna for Rebecca getting her gift card and this giveaway. You're just
Great.
I'm
freaking-
Yeah.
responsible for it all.
I love it. Thank you. But yes. Oh, Gracie says OMG. Yay! So much fun. And we did miss Rachel. We did. Oh my goodness. Can you please share a video of the finished bonus room? Linda, let us finish it and we will get you that.
Oh, it's looking good, guys.
We're loving it. We're loving it.
Jennifer says, "Can we see it with the lights on, please?" So Jennifer, we don't have any footage of it, but we
Do have a
some
photo.
we have some
Yeah.
finished photos. Where can we put those? So they
We
can
will
see
put them in the Facebook group, maybe?
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
we'll
Yeah.
get them to you. It looks really good, and if you want to use extra lots, you can feel free to put extra lots on there. So
Yeah.
do whatever you want. So we love it. Mama Disney says, "Good to see you again, Anna." Give us a life update. How was it being a quarantined hairstylist? I guess you
I
got
actually did a lot of
Yeah.
DIYs.
You got your puppy. You did your bathroom. I mean, you crafted it up.
Yes, and I had been doing all of my Cricut stuff from an iPad and made the plunge and got a
That
laptop.
was
'cause it's a
right.
game changer for your design space.
Yes.
So much easier. And when you don't know what you're doing, you can call Sis and she can walk you through that super fast.
Or-
It's just where all the buttons are.
Or just design your SVGs for you.
There's
True. That
Yeah.
also.
Yeah. So it's all good. Oh, we're all color coordinating. You know what?
because we're all
We're
boring. And,
triplets. They look like twins though, not me and her.
Oh, I love it. I love it. Well, guys, this has been so much fun. We seriously hate that it's over, but this is so good. This is so good. I love everything. Diane, I get a doctor title? Dr. Tanner Bell, vinyl surgeon. That's me.
you've worked so hard.
That's
for
my
your
new business
PhD.
card. Yeah. I have my PhD in Cricut crafts. I love it.
If Dolly Parton can be an honorary graduate of the University of Tennessee, then you can also be one.
She's an honorary graduate.
I think they did some honorary, because she ended up, there
Did
was
she
some, no, I'm serious, it's this whole thing. I love Dolly Parton, Google it. I don't know. I don't know much of the story. She's hysterical.
I
She's
love
wonderful.
it. I love it. Will Anna appear in the Black Friday video like last year? It was hilarious, the interaction between Becca and Anna.
We've actually been talking about that today because where I don't love to be in front of the camera, I said I'm not doing that. But they have.
We
a-
have a special.
Spoiler alert!
Yes. Yes, I'm so excited. Vanessa, thank you so much. Susan, thank you. Terry, Linda, Mama Disney, Diane, everyone, thank you seriously so much for everything, for being part of Summit. Again, we hope to see you all back at Fall Summit, and it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm trying to get convince Anna that she needs to bring a class to Fall Summit. Thought it would be great.
That's a new one too. Y'all are
That
getting
is
misinfo
not
and
new.
I'm getting
I
misinfo.
talked
No, yeah,
I
we
talked
said-
about it last week.
Oh,
Who wants to see Anna? Or me and Anna, we could do one together.
Yeah, look at that. You were telling me that the painting technique was your painting technique.
I am decently crafty. Decently. But I need a little time to prep.
Quick question for you all. Did anyone else have people interrupt you while you were watching at Summit? Never have many visitors until I try to do something. That's how it works out, Sarah.
You
That's
should have
how it
put a
works
sign
out.
on your door.
Yeah. Phone off, everything like that.
Summit in process. See
Yes.
you later.
Yes. Nicely done, as expected and as usual. Thank you. Sharon says yes, Anna. So they're ready.
Okay.
They're ready. But yes, thank you guys so much for an amazing weekend, and we just want to hope you all had the best time ever. Mama Disney says breaking news.
That was great.
You guys are awesome. Awesome. But I love it. But okay, you guys go get crafty. We want to continue seeing what you all are doing in the Facebook group. Who knows? We may pick some more random giveaways. Just to thank you guys for participating and so much fun. But yes, we did miss Rachel, and we better hear an update from her and her vacation.
I know.
So, yeah, we haven't heard from her.
She's
today.
not sent us any pictures to make us jealous
I
on the beach
know.
or anything.
Yeah. So Judy says if not Fall Summit, you're coming to Black Friday. So
She'll definitely be here for both.
Yeah, we'll get her in. We're just gonna kidnap her and say let's get to it. But you have months, Jennifer says, to prepare.
Thank you.
I love it. But okay, you guys have a great one, and we'll see you back here real soon. Bye, my friends. See